One, two, 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 one, two. One, two, one, two, one, two, one, two, one, two.
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Check, check. Testing 1, 2.
Hello? 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 What's that?
Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
Hello, mic check. Hello, hello, Chris Webb. Hi, Chris Webb. Check, check.
Check, check. One, one. Okay. check, check, check.
Hey, what's going on? Hey, hello, hey, 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 hey. Cool? All right. Hello?
One, two, three, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. All good? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. All good?
Hello? Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Here's to the crazy ones, the misfits, the rebels, the troublemakers, the round pegs in the square holes, the ones who see things differently. They're not fond of rules, and they have no respect for the status quo. You can quote them, disagree with them, glorify or vilify them. About the only thing you can't do is ignore them, because they change things. They push the human race forward. While some may see them as the crazy ones, we see genius. Because the people who are crazy enough to think they can change the world are the ones who do.
Welcome to the Empire State. Ladies and gentlemen.
A very pleasant good evening to everyone, and welcome to Sports Tank. This is Sports Tank number 3, and we welcome everybody watching on the TPG Sports Group live stream as well. And we welcome everybody to Katie Murphy Amphitheater here at FIT. And what a great day here in New York City. We're excited everybody's here. I am Mike Pacheco, and I will be the MC for Sports Tank. This is my 3rd Sports Tank, and I've been proud and honored to be part of this for 3 years. I am a broadcaster in Charlotte. I work with the Carolina Panthers, the Charlotte Knights, the AAA team there, part of the White Sox organization. I'm also with Winthrop University. We just went to the NCAA tournament, so it was a good year for the Eagles. I also work for NBC Sports Group, or NBC News Channel in Charlotte. My wife doesn't think I work enough, so she wants me to drive an Uber. I don't think that's really going to work for me. I also, when I get home and I want to watch the Masters or the NCAA tournament, she says, "What are you doing? You're having fun." I said, "No, honey, this is work. I'm working right now." But she doesn't see it that way. But we're here to talk about a booming sports industry. And why wouldn't you want to get into the sports industry right now? It's a terrific space to get into. It's fun. It's exciting. It's an outlet for those that are competitive, but maybe can't be competitive on the fields anymore. But they can certainly combine their love of competition with passion for business. And that's really the reason why we're here today for a Sports Tank. Now, the selection process, it was rigorous. They had to, the TPG Sports Group staff had to whittle down close to 300 companies down to 10. Now, we have an added twist this year because we had the Next Gen Sports Arena that we just wrapped up about an hour ago. And so one lucky company is going to be added. So we'll have 11 companies pitching today and presenting and talking with our investors. So here's how it's going to work. Each of the 11 companies will have 3 minutes to present to you, to our sports advisory panel, and to our investors. After that 3 minutes, I might have to be referee and tell them to stop, which is okay. And then they will have 10 minutes to talk things over with the investors. The sports advisory panel will also be available to answer questions or provide advice, whether it's the companies asking or whether the investors themselves ask. So let's go ahead and let's introduce our sports advisory panel. And we'll start from the Indiana Pacers. He is in his 5th season as the general manager. He's also a lifetime entrepreneur going back to his college days. Kevin Pritchard with the Indiana Pacers. Recognized as a sports industry dealmaker, Senior Vice President of Client Services for Genesco Sports Enterprises, Megan Hughes Allison, and this is her 3rd Sports Tank. Recognized as a pivotal player in the sports marketing industry, and he started way back when with Logo Athletic, and he transitioned that into Reebok and Adidas. He's a senior executive for 19 Entertainment, Tom Shine. A pivotal player in forming the first billion-dollar sports startup since ESPN, co-founder and chief product officer for FanDuel, Leslie Eccles. Now, if any of you have ever watched a sports broadcast, whether it's baseball or sometimes maybe it's basketball, sometimes you get a late scratch in the lineup, and we've had that today. Erica Nardini from Barstool Sports had a late scheduling conflict that was a little bit unavoidable, but in her stead is the data and partnerships head of Barstool Sports, Morgan Craig. Well known on the international basketball scene and with sports brands, just a terrific guy and a great executive with 3 NBA teams and also retired from Nike, Rich Schubrooks. The leader of financial and strategic initiatives for NBC Sports Crews, the Vice President of Business Development, Samita Manaparuma. And from Catalyst Sports, a global leader in athlete analytics and wearable technology, the President of North America, Brian Kopp. And now let's meet our investment panel. An entrepreneur and investor in the sports, health, and wellness sector, the managing partner of Hickory VC, Chris Webb. The former CEO of the New York Stock Exchange, president of the Intercontinental Exchange, and founding partner of Mountaintop Advisory Group, Duncan Wiedenauer. A relentless business leader with a well-rounded and diverse career from brand management to investing, the managing partner of Bullish, Michael Duda. From Full Stack Sports Ventures, a venture capital firm investing in technology companies, the founding director, Reed Snyder. Another attorney from Sports Tank 2, our next investor, oversees the firm's corporate strategies, including evaluation and the execution of investment opportunities, Senior Vice President, Principal for Catalyst, Ryan Lawrence. And from Rosecliff Ventures, over 20 years, not 200 years, 200 years would be amazing, but 20 years as a financial services entrepreneur, the founder and CEO, Michael Murphy. And we'd also like to have a quick word on behalf of our sponsors who are making a day like today possible. Some terrific companies that have become involved. Casa de Monte Cristo, and I know Pete personally visited there yesterday, a chain of premier modern cigar stores featuring a large selection of premium cigars. They have smoking accessories, walk-in cigar humidors. It's really just a terrific place, the perfect venue for extraordinary and relaxing smoking experience. So thanks to them. Also, the football company, Lead Sports Accelerator. We're going to hear some great stuff about them. One company from Sports Tank will receive an invite from Lead into their accelerator program. This will be in July, and it'll be the first in the program. So we're excited about that. Also, Shirt Beast, they have provided all the great signage and merchandising for Sports Tank. So we thank them as well. At this time, I'd like to introduce Dan Serrard from Origin.
Hey guys. I'm Dan Serrard. I'm from Origin. We I wanted to show you guys a video of our fuel, which is our nutrition assessment. And also, we're in the back during intermission or any breaks. Please feel free to come get a free sample and talk to us further. So here is our fuel commercial for
Everybody is
nutrition.
different. Literally. Yogurt may be great for your friends, but not so great for you. You might love your morning jolt, but it might not love you. It's time to shake things up. Instead of following a diet designed for anyone and everyone, find out what's in your DNA and what to do about it. Whether you have a sweet tooth, or you're sensitive to dairy or alcohol, whether you tend to feel full after eating or regain weight after losing, whether your body can absorb key vitamins, and how well you metabolize fats. With just a single swab of your cheek and a quick trip to your mailbox, you'll learn fascinating and useful things about your body and food, so you can change your diet and change your life. Welcome to Fuel, your personal DNA nutrition test, because everybody's body is perfectly unique. Visit us online to learn more.
All right, thanks, Dan, and thanks, Origin. That was great. I'd also like to introduce from Maestro, the official streaming partner here for Sports Tank, Director of Sales, Chris Porter. Chris, come on up.
Hi there. How's everyone doing today? Good. So before the competition officially kicks off, I just wanted to share with you what the home viewers will be experiencing with Sports Tank. I am Chris Porter, the Director of Sales, and I just wanted to kind of take you through a little bit about our platform here. This is Maestro. So essentially what we're doing is helping broadcasters drive engagement, monetization, and capturing user data. So what you see here is a video player in the middle. On the right-hand side is a panel area that basically gives context to the video. You can fill that with team rosters, statistics, analytics, brackets, whatever you want. On the bottom is a channel selector, so that's a good way to categorize all of your content. And then what you see on top of the video player there is an overlay. So these overlays are real time. The entire platform is real time. So the idea is during your broadcast, you trigger these at specific moments in the broadcast to compel user action. So things like polls, messages, you can prompt people to share to their social channels directly in the experience. Now another thing we have here it's a reward system. So through raffles and through what we call quests, you can incentivize the audience to take certain actions, again, like sharing to socials, entering in their emails, and so on and so forth. Oh, let me go back here. So how do the broadcasters, what we call the maestros, how do they monetize? Through commerce, sponsorships and ads, and content access. So here, in this example, let's say LeBron James scores a three-point shot. And the Maestro can trigger this commerce overlay in real time. Users will click that, it will reveal the commerce panel on the right-hand side, and they can purchase LeBron James' jersey directly in the panel, in the experience. Sponsorships and advertising, huge component of monetization here, 100% controlled by the Maestro. Content access. Maestro works with just about any video player, but if you use a white label video player, you can further monetize by adding paywalls and subscriptions. This is the cornerstone of our platform. Deep, deep analytics. So for those people that actually purchase the LeBron James jersey, let's say you want to segment those people and send them a coupon to their emails, you could do that with Maestro. Here's a snapshot of our customers. You probably recognize some of them. We have a very large footprint inside of esports, and we're looking to expand in sports this year. Thank you very much.
All right, Chris, thank you very much. A couple of quick introductions I'd like to make before we get started with Sports Tank. And as I said, this is my third Sports Tank, and it's been a lot of fun. And one of the great things is seeing the success stories and seeing the companies that make great relationships with investors or the sports advisory panel and get deals done and see their dreams come true. That's a lot of fun to be witness to that. And we have one of those participants who has had success here at Sports Tank, and we're going to bring him up next from Fizmodo, a new good friend of ours, the CEO of Fizmodo, Andrew Mentor.
Thanks, Mike. there's a great group of companies that are presenting today. I feel fortunate that we applied in 2016 and not this year, so would have been close making the cut, Pete. But nonetheless, we were here in 2016, and I just joined Fismodo. We got here, we had a technology that could instantaneously measure someone's range of motion for hip, shoulder, knee, elbow, really, really cool stuff, but really just not actionable. So what we wanted to do was take the technology that we developed, distill it down, and create an automated screen in 20 seconds that would measure range of motion, stability, posture, and symmetry. And again, automate it, do it in 20 seconds. All we needed was capital and smart people. So fast forward a year, we now have, we've completed our product, we got into beta, we have a partnership with TRX. We're going to be deploying at gyms in the country, many gyms in the country, in the US. International demand is even greater, and verticals outside, including clinical, corporate wellness, even retail, has gotten a lot of excitement. We wouldn't have been here without Sports Tank. I want to thank Pete, Charlie, and Joe, the whole TPG team. You guys did a great job. I really appreciate your support last year and going forward. Great supporters. Chris from Hickory Ventures, who made the smart decision to invest in us. Really appreciate Jake Ireland is not here today. His wife is due today. No delivery as of 20 minutes ago. Lauren, good luck. With, hopefully next couple of days we can see a young Ireland. And then Steve Guerra from Hickory, who's been fantastic, great relationships. So they've been incredibly helpful. Also, Rich Shoebrooks and Muriel Shoebrooks. Really, it was fantastic to meet you late last year. They've become good friends and have been extremely helpful with the advancement of Fismodo. So for the companies presenting today, we've had a fantastic experience in 2016 and the last year, all because of this event. And I just hope that you guys have the experience this year and going forward that we did in 2016. So thanks, and let's get on with it.
Thanks, Andrew. Good job. Playing hurt today. I don't know if everybody can see. He's got the big boot on the left foot. So good job. Now, I'd also like to bring up the man whose the vision is Sports Tank, the man who put all this together along with the staff at TPG Sports Group, and he rose up through the ranks, working for several different NBA teams. As a part of that time with the NBA, he got involved with Eurodraft and or Eurocamp, and was an opportunity to help some European players get discovered by NBA teams. And through that, 82 players were drafted while Pete was in charge of that. And he's, at the same time, was also starting to develop TPG Sports Group and has put together an amazing group of events that this group has put together. And so now I'd like to introduce Pete Fowler, the president and founder of TPG Sports Group.
Thank you. Let's give our MC a round of applause. Some house cleaning items really quick. Our volunteers are in red. They wear red shirts. If you have any needs or concerns, you can grab one of our volunteers or our staff members that you'll see around the building. Sport Techie is our media partner, our official media partner, and I'm sure everyone in this building knows who Sport Techie is. And years ago I used to have my coffee with Hoops Hype and Eurobasket to follow all the NBA stuff. Now I have it with Sport Techie. It's the one-shop stopping, for me at least, with all sports and tech business. And so really honored to have Sport Techie. Mark Burns is here somewhere. Give Mark Burns and Sport Techie a round of applause, please. My staff, Joe Wetzler and Charlie Wend. Give Joe a round of applause. He's our director of ops. And please give Charlie a big round as well. He's our vice president. We're only as good as the people around us, and as people once told me a long time ago, if you're the smartest guy in the room, it's a problem. And I'm lucky to have smarter people than me in my company, and with Joe and Charlie, they do a fantastic job. They're relentless workers. I was lucky enough, Richie and I ran an event last year with Jerry West called the Extra Mile Beach Retreat, and he had a speech, and it was about fighters, floaters, and fleers. And my two guys are fighters, so I'm really lucky to have them. I want to recognize a few people here, and then I know we want to get going. We've had a lot of people step up here and talk, but I think it's really important to recognize a few. I want to start with, we have two board of directors here for TPG Sports Group. Bob Donewald. Bob's a longtime NBA coach, was LeBron's coach his rookie year in Cleveland, bounced around different NBA teams, then coached in Brazil, Ukraine, China, and I was fortunate enough to coach with him on the Chinese national team in the 2012 Olympics, and we had a lot of fun, and he's a great guy to have on our board, really helpful. And then Fran Fraschilla from ESPN is here as well. Give Fran a round of applause, please. Fran, as I'm sure many of you know, one of the best broadcasters in college basketball. I'm probably a little biased, but hearing a lot of people say it, Fran, you are, and you're fun to watch. And thank you for all your support. His wife, Meg, is here. Say hello to Meg. Fran and Meg, the Fraschillas, have turned into my extended family. I probably drive you nuts, Meg, with talking to Fran 4 times a week, but we get our basketball fixed with each other talking, so thank you for all your support. Senior Vice President of NBC Sports is here, Dan Steer. Founder of Crossover and one of the chiefs of Courtside Ventures, right? What is your title for Courtside Ventures? Chief? Boss? And he was one of our first investors 2 years ago, Vasu Kulkarni. Michael Stern, private equity investor and a good friend of mine in Charlotte. Buna and Fatumata Njai. Buna's an MBA agent and really good friend of mine, and I haven't seen Fatumata in years, and I'm so happy to see you. Welcome in the front row. Brendan O'Brien, good friend of mine. We played at Manhattan College together, and he's turned into a heck of an executive in wealth management for Gold Coast Wealth Management, Brendan O'Brien. And, been running events a long time. Tom Shine, I'm going to call you out right now because you got me started, and I was really lucky when I got a call from Tom back in 2003-ish. And Reebok at the time was looking to expand into Europe a little bit more grassroots and identifying players and trying to come up with a plan for international basketball. And I just happened to be in the right place, right time, and had a couple people that were, having my back, I guess, and I got lucky. And Tom got me started, so Tom, thank you very much. And 9 years of running the Eurocamp, and then segueing into TPG Sports Group. We've been running events for quite a while now, and obviously to have support system like all the people that I've mentioned, and Kevin Pritchard, who I talk to almost 3 times a week, maybe more, super supportive. My family's never been at one of my events. And I have 4 family members here today, and so I'm really, really happy. I'm gonna start with my cousin Christine Jarvis. We need a little bit louder from my family, please. My cousin Amy Hallenbeck. Hey. My Aunt Kathy Hallenbeck. And my mom, Paulette Lewick. So thank you so much. I know there's a lot of folks here that I didn't mention, and I do apologize. I know the NBPA is here, a bunch of folks from NBC Sports in the second row, Genesco Sports Enterprises, Pepsi is here, I know Amazon is here, AIG is here, Samsung, I believe Seth Berger, are you here from Philadelphia Innovation Lab? There you are, Seth. Down in Philly, they do a really good job with what they're doing in Philly. Mike Zavodsky from the Brooklyn Nets is here as well, I believe. I see you, Mike. Andy Miller from ASM Sports, big NBA agent. And a lot of folks here. So thank you for all your support. Let's get the show started. I'm really looking forward to it. Thank you.
All right, Pete, thank you. And let's hear it again for Mom and Aunt Kat, because they told some great stories last night. That was a lot of fun. All right, let's get started. From New York, the CEO of Sideline Swap, Brendan Candon. Sideline Swap is a peer-to-peer online marketplace for athletes to buy and sell their gear. 3 minutes are on the clock. Brendan, your sports tank pitch starts now.
Hi, I'm Brendan. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Sideline Swap. We're an online marketplace where athletes buy and sell their sports gear. Soon after I graduated college, where I'd played lacrosse, I had to buy some new equipment, and I forgot how expensive this stuff is. If you're the parent of a youth athlete, you know this problem all too well. There are 45 million youth athletes in the country, and they spend an average of $600 a year on equipment. In total, this is a $60 billion market. Yet access to high-quality used gear is actually pretty hard to come by. It surprised us to find out that less than 15% of the listings on eBay are used. It's mostly stores selling new stuff. And Play It Again Sports had closed nearly half its stores in the last 15 years and had never gone online. Yet successful vertical marketplaces had been built in several other categories, including women's fashion, arts and crafts, music equipment, as well as sneakers. But athletes didn't have a place to go to buy and sell their stuff. So in 2015, we launched Sideline Swap. And over the last 2 years, we've attracted over 100,000 users with a limited marketing budget. And this year alone, they'll do over $5 million in sales. Our users are young, mobile, and highly engaged. This month alone, they'll send over 100,000 messages. And they're asking questions like, hey, I wear this size shoe. Is this the right skate for me? Because the thing is, our sellers are athletes. And so they're experts in the product and can provide the type of expertise you usually look for in a sports store. But more important than that, 90% of our sellers have never sold in another marketplace, which means we're unlocking inventory that otherwise would have sat in garages, equipment rooms, and warehouses. We also have a small group of professional sellers building their businesses on Sideline Swap. They're selling both new and used gear that they access from professional and college sports teams, as well as manufacturers and their sales reps. Some of these guys will earn over $100,000 this year. In terms of our business model, we take a 12% cut on all transactions. It costs us $10 to acquire a buyer, and over that buyer's lifetime, we'll earn over $60. We've raised money from some amazing investors, including the former CEO of Etsy, and participated in some of the top tech accelerators in the world. My team has over 40 years experience building technology products, and more time than that on rinks and fields, both as players and as coaches. We're in the process of raising a $2 million seed extension that allows us to continue to fuel growth, lock up inventory, and continue to optimize the product. Sporting goods is the biggest category left from eBay and Craigslist that doesn't have its own marketplace. And we are in the perfect position to build that. And as we do it, we'll be making sports more affordable. So if that's something you get excited about, I'd love to talk more.
Brendan, you were worried. You were 10 seconds under. Good job.
Perfect.
Good timing is perfect. All right, investors, what do you guys think?
Brendan, great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kind of my big concern here is something like an eBay or an Amazon coming in. You know, I guess Amazon can go anywhere really because they are everywhere. But is that a concern for you, that competition from an Amazon coming in there?
So eBay or an Amazon, eBay, they both exist now, right? And the vertical marketplaces, I was going to go back to the slide, but the other marketplaces that have been done this in music equipment, arts and crafts, I mean, Poshmark is a $250 million in GMV, right? They came in after eBay. Same thing with Reverb. They're doing $300 million in GMV as of their last report. And so they exist. But the thing is that the common theme between all these is that they bring in new sellers who otherwise wouldn't have sold because eBay is so focused on professionals. And then they build a buying experience that's perfect for that type of customer, right? Musicians want to buy in a music store. And women want to shop at a store that's built for fashion, not eBay or Amazon. And that's what we do with sports. And that's what we hear from our buyers, that it's a different type of experience. So both on the supply and the demand side, we think that by focusing totally on this market, there's plenty of room to take a big chunk of it, where eBay and Amazon wouldn't do that. They can't focus at that level.
Love it. And kind of follow-up question, how are you guys advertising? How are you said $10, $12 for a customer. Where are they coming from?
Right, $10 a customer. We do most of our acquisition through Facebook and Google, but a lot of it's through social media. So we've built 170,000 followers on Instagram that we do through like viral youth sports videos, as well as 60,000 fans on Facebook. So we're huge on social, and then we do paid advertising on top of that we've kind of figured out of how to drive. Demand's actually the easier side of this. Supply is the more challenging part.
Thank you.
Brendan, so you got a pretty nice syndicate of investors already involved, one of which is Full Stack, as represented by Reed behind me here. So I was wondering, are any of them interested in coming in to follow on? I would love to hear Reed's take on, your experiences working with them. And
yeah, sure. Put me on the spot here.
Absolutely.
We invested in their seed round last summer. We are going to be following on their current round. Personally, have really seen Brendan as a CEO expand and see the bigger picture in this business. We think not just in becoming an e-commerce marketplace for these specific users and athletes, but also being the technology layer, because there's so much remnant inventory, particularly as you see brick and mortar declining consistently, and where Dick's is really the only player, so to speak. They're working and unlocking the velocity of all of this remnant inventory, whether it's working with brands, nonprofits, people like Play It Again, et cetera. So that's what we see as a bigger overall opportunity, in addition to being a cool place to buy and sell your gear for athletes.
And the target audience is high school and college.
Yeah, so 80% of our users are under 25. And we've really focused on the athlete as the customer. And the parents are buying and selling on it too, but we think if we could build a brand, the big thing is shopping on Sideline or selling isn't like going into a Play It Again. That's where I used to shop. It's not like you're excited to tell your friends about that. But we're creating an experience where 25% of college seniors in lacrosse and hockey sold their stuff when they were done. So the top guys are selling, and then the younger guys will follow.
Right. Yeah. And so the recent college grad is selling to a high school student where the gear is pretty expensive and they're not going to be playing anymore.
Right.
And they pass it on down.
Yep.
Right.
So it's kind of like Chegg. It's more like the books and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
What are your top sports?
So we started in lacrosse, and that's what I played, so that's where we started. We quickly got into hockey, skiing, baseball, now golf. We kind of have a roadmap of sports planned out. The only thing stopping us right now is we need to have the marketing available to jump into those next sports so the sellers aren't left out to dry when they come on. So we kind of sequence everything accordingly.
And so why do you see a big push up to with mom? Because mom is the ultimate gatekeeper for a lot of this stuff too. Not that hopefully you graduate 22 lacrosse player, you can kind of do your own stuff, but mom is still a huge gateway to all this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you walked into a Dick's Sporting Goods and watched what happened at the cash register, you'd see that probably parents' credit card, but the kid makes the decision of which product it is. And we think that's the experience here, and it's a behavior that's rewarded, right? So you're saying, hey, mom, that stick that I wanted, that's $200, I found this website where I could get it for $100. It's lightly used, but it's still just as good. And that's the type of behavior we hear from parents of, I was excited that my kid was going to use this. Same thing on the sell side, right? Like, if they're selling their stuff, it's a behavior, it's entrepreneurial, and it's rewarded. We have high school kids that have made thousands, one case $10,000, collecting stuff locally and selling it. And he's sold Vineyard Vines t-shirts, iPhones, Beats headphones. So what's interesting is this is their first touch point with the marketplace. And so we think there's an opportunity to go adjacent as we own the customer. Their thought process isn't, oh, this worked, I'll go sell on eBay. It's, I'll just sell all my stuff here. And so we think there's an opportunity to go that route too.
Kind of touching off what he said, for mom being the decision maker, where she may not be the ultimate decision maker, but she does have a lot of influence. When you're dealing with protective gear, how do you ensure the safety standards that the mom is expecting when she buys protective gear for her kids?
Yeah, so the pictures, descriptions are huge, right? I mean, that's the best way to find out the quality of the product. We provide a buyer guarantee, so you always know what you're going to get, what you receive. But in terms of safety, we see a lot of sticks sold, a lot of skates. I think helmets and certain types of protective gear, you're going to have certain people who will buy it in a men's league, but other people who won't. But there's plenty of room within the category for all those types of buying decisions.
Who pays the 12%?
The buyer. So $100 transaction, you pay the shipping price on top of it. So $105. We take the seller gets $88. We capture the shipping cost plus the $12. And that's how we get it.
Okay. So the seller pays the.
So yeah, sorry, it comes out of seller's cost.
Seller pays the 12%.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So Brendan, are there any partnerships in the work, or universities or college, high schools, club teams?
Yeah, so we, through our sellers, we work with some interesting groups of people. There's basically college and pro teams have to buy a lot of this equipment. It's not given to them. So it's a big line item on their budget. And we have sellers who go into their equipment rooms at the end of the year, pay tens or if not in some cases hundreds of thousands of dollars for the new and used equipment that they then flip at 100 or 200% margin. So that's something we're really focused on right now. There's also closeout opportunities with manufacturers. There's no closeout channel in sports if you think about it, right? Like we're in fashion, there's plenty of closeout options. Sporting goods doesn't exist, so they go through their retailers again. So there's areas there too, but we're really focused on the college, pro, and then some closeout opportunities.
So pretend I'm the general manager of the Indiana Pacers.
Yeah.
In 30 seconds, pitch me why I should become like an exclusive to you to do stuff with the fan base. And pretend I'm sitting over there and I'm 6'4".
Yeah.
So,
and I used to play point guard for Kansas.
So the basketball obviously is a little different because the equipment costs aren't as expensive, but in hockey, for example, we know that in most cases a team, how much are you spending on your equipment a year? What are you doing to offset that budget? Are you donating it? Are you getting rid of it? Are you doing a fan sale? We think we could streamline that process for you and help offset a big line item in your budget. Are you interested in allowing us to come into the equipment room a couple times a year to help do that?
You know, we keep it, but we turn it out every year. I mean, there is big turnover in that stuff, so I think there's an opportunity for partnerships.
You mentioned, on the graph of your revenue, how much visibility do you have into the 5.2 million? It seemed like you're just saying we grew by 3x the year before, we're going to grow by 3x again. Is that a guesstimate, or is how real is that?
We'd be happy to get into financial models later, but it's all built off of our cost per acquisition, how much we're spending, what our viral coefficient is. It's all built out, and then based off of our spend and the current activity we have.
Right. And 3.5 months into the year, you're feeling good about 5.2 million.
Yeah, we're at a $3 million run rate today. Q2 and Q4 are our big quarters.
Okay. And I may have missed it, I apologize. What are you raising and what are you looking to do? I didn't hear that at the end.
So we're raising $2 million right now. Basically the threshold for a Series A is to be doing $1 million a month in GMV, if not higher, 1 to 1.5. And so where we are today, it's going to take us another 18 months to get there, but we did $250,000 in sales last month. And that's up 15% from the month before. We feel like we could get there by the middle of next year.
Right, so what are you raising?
It's $2 million. We're raising it on a note. We have $300,000 in commitments. It's an $8 million cap with a 20% discount.
Would you raise the seed at valuation?
The last part of it came in on that in the fall, but we raised 4 before that.
Just real quick, returns. Are you seeing, we're invested in some other kind of online marketplaces, and returns are a big issue?
Really not a big factor. Less than 1% of goods are returned.
Great. Thank you.
So we got pretty much out of time. Does anybody want to at least continue the conversation or is interested?
We're interested. We'd love to have follow-up discussions. Sorry we didn't close the deal in 10 minutes, but my LPs would shoot me square in the head. But it's a compelling story. It's a compelling story.
That's what we usually hear. There's a lot more here than meets the eye.
Right.
We're definitely interested. Sorry, last thing. Have you thought about the priced round?
Sorry.
Have you thought about doing a priced round, or you focused on the note?
Yeah, we'd be happy. We'd be willing to have that conversation.
If you're open, then I'm interested too.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
so.
All right, great.
That was really good.
All right.
That was really good.
Three investors were interested, so a great way to start here on Sports Take. Let's hear it again for Brandon Condon from Sideline Swap. Good job, Brandon.
Thought they were giving you the music.
Our next company hails from Barcelona, Spain. Let's welcome the CEO of First Vision, Roger Antonez. That's what I said. First Vision is a wearable body camera for players and referees, enabling media to incorporate into a live broadcast. 3 minutes are on the clock, Roger. Your Sports Tank pitch begins now.
Hello, I will start with the video. you have actually seen, it's real official broadcasted games where the players and the referees were wearing our body cameras. Body cameras that looks like this, or this, or this, that it's our ice hockey version. They all go underneath the uniform of the player or the referee, where we are doing a very small hole so that the lens can actually see through the uniform. The camera, it also is equipped with a radio frequency transmission system that together with the receivers that we are actually placing around of the court, delivers the content in real time to the TV track, where the director can use all this content in live cuts, he can use replays, and he can also use it in post-game pieces for social media, like game highlights, for example. Sorry. We are currently renting our body cameras to professional sports leagues and to broadcasters who are willing to enhance fan experience by delivering to the audience the most exciting point of view directly from the eyes of the players. Plus, we are creating a new revenue opportunity for them with new sponsorships. You can think about, for example, player cam replaced by Turkish Airlines. This is what we are doing with one of our clients. We have a bunch of good clients, mostly in Europe. Last year, we made $150,000 in revenues, and clients want more and more. They want us to be more efficient and more integrated into their workflows. This is why we are raising $550,000, $100,000 from which we have already raised it in a sports-focused microfund in Spain. And we are planning in creating a holding structure in the US to canalize all this investment. Thank you very much.
Good job, Roger. All right, investors, who's first?
I'll jump in. So, love what you guys are doing, but would a team have to change their entire uniform or rework a uniform to get the product inside of it?
Yeah, they don't. It's an inner jersey, so it goes literally underneath the other jersey. It's a compression one, like well, many of the players, they are actually wearing the, compression jerseys underneath. So the only thing that we have to do is a very small hole so that the lens can see through this. In some of the occasions, the teams have to ask for permission for the brands that are sponsoring the jersey, like Nike, Under Armour, Adidas. We have never had a problem with that. Indeed, the jerseys that we have are branded with the same jersey manufacturer that the outer one.
Can you talk about your relationship with broadcasters? So are they paying per broadcast for utilizing the technology? And then the second part would be, from a technological perspective, where do you fit into their stack? Like how is through the radio frequency, how is the data that you're pulling, the media you're pulling, being directed on the broadcast? Okay, I will answer first the second question. All the receivers are cabled to the TV track. Everything is standard. The signal goes to the replay servers, so it's really easy for them. It's just having another camera that they can cut in any moment, like the other 20 that they will have in that production. So coming to the first question, sometimes the paying client is the sport league, and other times it's the broadcaster. Always we rent the product and we charge them in a game basis depending on how big is the package and how much integrated is our server into their production. So here we can do like a one-off production. We will take care of everything, but then we have to send more people, more equipment, and it will be more expensive and more inefficient. So what we are doing is integrating as much as possible with them. We are currently sending one person at least to all of the productions, but in 1 year from now we will be able to send the cameras in boxes so that they operate them as any other product. And this is the reason why we are doing the fundraising. This is what our clients are asking to do, to go to league-wise contracts rather than to the packages of games that it's what they are currently hiring us.
Can we ask Megan and Samita what they would think about this as being in the kind of sports production business? Because I don't have a perspective on this, and I'm a Juventus fan, so this is tough to talk to a guy from Barcelona. Sorry, but today it's fun.
Yeah.
Today it's fun to talk to a guy from Barcelona. So was a good day for you if you're a Juventus fan, I think. But go ahead, Megan and Sumita, I'd love to hear.
Mine's just a brief question. So I assume then the broadcast partners own all of this footage and that you're
100%.
capturing?
Yep.
In most, okay. And so then I guess it's more on you.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly think from a viewership perspective, I think it's really compelling, seeing some of the examples that you have there, kind of having that first person, especially in hockey, it's almost like, that one-on-one experience was really compelling. I had a similar question on the technology. It's not like a wired camera per se. I know the receiver's wired, but the person themselves, just the consistency of that signal, being able to come through, would want to understand a little bit more about that. And then also, long-term sort of the fundamental business model, if you're just, kind of renting this out, kind of the ultimate scalability and the fuller monetization potential around that is what I'm curious. But from a viewership perspective, I definitely think that is a compelling angle. We've definitely tried similar experiences with hockey, kind of going behind the glass and unique angles that have played well with viewers. So definitely think it would be compelling.
Yeah, all the rest it's pretty standard. This Saturday, for example, we did a boxing production with HBO in DC. It's really easy. You go the same day, you plug a receiver, it's connected by fiber to the OB band, so it's literally like any other camera. Nothing new.
I have a quick question. It kind of builds on that question of what else could you do with this. Have you guys experimented in any sort of training, practice, coaching settings of this? Because there's a lot of companies that are doing VR type of 3D video capture in practice, and one of their challenges, they can't actually get the right point of view and the right frame. Do you see the applicability, and what changes would you have to make this also a coaching tool? Could you see that as you use it in games for media, and you all could use it in practice from a coaching standpoint?
Yeah, well, you guys have a lot of experience in sports performance. We have been requested by many clients and clubs, but because for pricing structure, it's a product that currently makes sense for the viewership. In any case, we have certain involvements for the training sessions when it comes to approve the usage of the product during the official games. You cannot give the camera to a player one day before of the game and expect him to play without any interference. So usually the league, what does is they talk to the club, and then the club says, I want to try this in several training sessions before, and then I will say if I want to wear it or not. For them, we are sending mock-up units that they don't have actual electronics, that they are cheap, and then the player gets used to it. So when it comes to doing the game, they are not worried because they are not thinking about the camera.
It's a bit of a loaded question more for the investor group. As a company, Catapult's actually been in discussions with First Vision about that type of partnership. So it's more just to think about, not to get away from the media focus, but there is ways to repurpose some of that more from a coaching training standpoint. Not only so they're comfortable with it, but that actual content as well. It's not just a media focus, but something that coaches in the right sport could actually repurpose for their own analysis and training.
So one of my concerns is a lot of the footage I've seen from on-body cameras is often very jumpy, right, and can sometimes leave the viewer feeling a little bit nauseous. So my concern is that it's got pretty limited use case applications, maybe similar to like a pylon cam in football, right, which is good for maybe 1 or 2 plays a game, but maybe not necessarily sufficient to kind of justify a standalone company. Do you guys have sort of any IP behind this which would prevent other existing camera companies just doing something like this, or maybe how can you kind of respond to some of my concerns there?
Yeah, we have submitted IP, which is patent pending worldwide, including in the United States. We are in regional phase of a patent request using PCT model. It's for the overall system. Regarding the shakiness of the image, of course, any POV camera, it's energetic, it has tension, and this means that it has to move a bit. Right now, maybe it moves too much, and here we are working with electronic image stabilization for decreasing this vibration in the future, and this allows the broadcaster for longer cuts. But it's not a camera that you are going to use to watch all the game. You would get sick with that, but there are many cameras that you are having in TV productions every game that are cut few amount of times, but it's not for like 1 or 2 cuts. They are cutting it like every 10 minutes, for example. So there's a good amount that justifies for the broadcaster to decide to put on the camera during a production.
Okay.
The weight of the camera is approximately how heavy?
It's about 200 grams.
200 grams.
The thing is that if you put 200 grams in your hand, it will feel a lot probably. But we're using a compression jersey. So the effect of the compression jersey is spreading the feeling of weight on your body. So absolutely no athlete has ever said that I don't want to use the camera because it weighs a lot. Also, we have like different versions for rugby game, for example, that we do with players. It's long, so we have to put more batteries. With the International Athletic Federations, for sprinters, for example, we pack really small batteries, and then the product itself it weighs less.
Okay, a couple other quick questions. The revenue stream is based on renting these to professional or college clubs. You continue to own the equipment, just lease it out to the clubs. You don't sell it.
Yeah, right now we are renting them because in our health and safety strategy, we have to do the product with the philosophy of a car that in case that it receives a very big impact, it absorbs the energy. So we have like cheap components inside that absorb this energy, and they need to be replaced sometimes. This is why we are renting it. And also many broadcasters, and probably you will give a good opinion on this, prefer the rental model rather than purchasing the product.
Two other quick questions. Number one, the length of the battery time?
It's 3 hours.
3 hours.
Yeah.
And the last question is have you given consideration of putting this in a helmet where sports use helmets because the angle's much better for the viewership?
Yeah, it's something that we have considered, but from the health and safety perspective, it's pretty difficult to put something in the head. There are already products out there, basically for referees, although there are tests also done in players. But when you go to a league the league looks from the health and safety perspective to anything that you want to put on the head of a player, it's a really sensitive thing, and the area of the chest it's really easier. Plus, there are less sports where players are wearing helmets rather than jerseys. Everyone is wearing jerseys except boxing.
Investors, anything else? Any other comments, questions, anecdotes? Anything?
Good.
All right, let's hear it for Roger.
Thank you.
Roger Antonez from First Vision. Thank you. All right, next to the stage from Halifax, Canada, the CEO of Athletigen. Let's go, Jeremy. Jeremy Koenig. The technology company's main application combines DNA insights and environmental assessments for customized training programs. 3 minutes around the clock. Jeremy, your sports tank pitch begins now.
Thank you, thank you. Hello, New York City. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. To be honest, I haven't been this nervous since my first amateur boxing fight, and it's 3 minutes. So here we go. I am Dr. Jeremy Koenig. I am the founder and CEO of Athletigen. Now, at Athletigen, some of the smartest and brightest scientists, athletes, and technologists have come together to build a comprehensive mobile and web-based technology that combines DNA and big data to help athletes and effectively all people perform at sport and live life optimally. Now at Athletigen, we have a mantra, as you'll see up here. Everyone is made for more. We'll talk more about that. But what problem do we solve? So today, coaches and athletes, they're operating essentially on a one-size-fits-all approach to training, where effectively athletes do suboptimal training, they eat the wrong foods, take the wrong medicine. Our solution is actually pretty simple. What we've done through our flagship product, Iris, is we connect athletes to coaches and other health professionals, and we deploy our proprietary algorithms that actually combine DNA, monitoring data, wearable sensors, and the Internet of Things to deliver real-time insights for action. This is the only true one-size-fits-one approach to training. It's not a magic bullet. There is no magic bullet in sport. Any athlete will tell you that. But what we do believe is it's the greatest clean technology leap that sport has ever known. We leverage coaches and athletes to generate revenue. But that's just the beginning. As we build our data set, we're effectively building the richest data set ever. And through our early adopters, of 1,000 elite athletes, we've already attracted global partners in the form of food, drug, and performance organizations. In fact, we've already closed one multi-million-dollar deal with a global food company. And more than that, we've got 100 business-to-business leads in our funnel, which represents a path to 100,000 athletes and tens of millions of dollars in revenue. But this is what I'm really excited about announcing today. My last 30 seconds. Iris 2020. As of today, we are delivering Athletogen solution to Olympic hopefuls for Tokyo 2020 at no charge. So I'm going to conclude with a simple ask. I'm looking for investors with vision and $3 million to help us scale our marketing and sales efforts, to close our current leads, generate new revenue channels, build out our product team, and scale our technology to deliver it to the masses for 2020. Thank you.
All right, good job, Jeremy. All right, investors.
So I'm going to say this knowing full well that you obviously could kick my butt up and down this floor because of your physical size, but I have no idea what business I'd be investing in.
You have no idea?
Yeah, you just put 3 slides up there, like very nice visuals. You've raised 2.6 million. You're looking for 3 million, but I kind of don't know what the business is. So in 10 seconds, what is the business and how does it make? 20 seconds. What is the business and how does it make money?
Sure. Take 30 if you want.
35. Yeah, 30, yeah.
Because I'd like to know too, because we didn't hear it yet.
So I often get hung up on the product, right? It's a beautiful, intuitive application that combines all the athlete's data and effectively delivers precision solutions in the moment. So we make money on a subscription-based model where we sell our technology to organizations, right? Administrators, coaches, and athletes. And there's even enterprise partnership deals that we deliver where organizations that are interested in doing R&D leverage that data to build precision products, like truly customized precision products like food, drug, sports apparel. So that's how we generate revenue. And as I said, I get hung up on the product insofar as a technology, but the true product is human performance, is helping people achieve their goals, helping people live optimally.
So who are the type of customers you have had? Because you did have about just under 200,000 Canadian in revenue last year. Who are these customers? Like, what are these organizations? Who is buying the product?
Yep.
How much are you selling it for?
Yep. So we deliver our, as I mentioned, administrative platform and the athlete platform, where it's a really cool suite actually, where the athlete logs their data, the coach gets information in real time. And so on a subscription-based model, we've been testing the price point of $15 for the administrator, $10 for the athlete. And so there's obviously tiered price points depending on the size of the organization, right? In addition to that, there's licensing of the proprietary algorithms that we're building. We actually facilitate, as I mentioned, R&D. So an important thing, as you said, there's 3 slides and it glossed over a ton, is there are a massive amount of technical barriers in terms of delivering this kind of insight to an athlete. So I'm talking about the DNA testing, for example. So we built an entire logistics pipeline where you can click, get a kit sent to you, bring it back, and we can actually import any DNA, actually, if you will, because DNA, by the way, will become a commodity. This is a question I forget to ask at the beginning: is how many people have been genotyped? Can I see a show of hands? Oh, this is a perfect crowd for this. How many people have DNA? All right. So insofar as like bigger organizations, like, we know pharma, but that's just one. I mean, they're looking, how do we innovate faster? How do we build and design the best drugs, right? But that's just one market. I mean, nutrition, take for example, a massive nutrition organization like Arla is one of our initial partners, right? To them, the idea of how Uber offers a personal driver, them being able to offer a personal nutritionist is amazing. Right? Being able to connect users actually directly to their products and remove the revenue share that they need to pay out in retail is a huge pain point for them. Nike, for example, we know they're motivated to get people to buy from the Nike store, right? Get people to buy online. And one of the things I've often said before is that, well, why was Nike so successful? Many reasons. But does anybody know their flagship product? Remember it? What comes to mind? Yeah, shoes, but number 23?
Right.
Right. So there's a great documentary on Netflix that explained that design process, focused on Michael Jordan, made him feel like an individual. And that's what this technology does. It would allow organizations to make every person feel like an individual, because we are all individuals.
Are you diagnosing anything? Are there any regulatory concerns like
Well-
around HIPAA or anything else?
Well, of course, HIPAA. So we have HIPAA controls in place.
You do?
Absolutely. But a couple of things on the question that you asked. So number one, laser focused on sport performance. So we're talking about performance and optimal living. And the question that you're asking, I think, is stems from probably the 23andMe incident in 2013. So you might have seen just actually on Thursday of last week, there is now a path that any direct-to-consumer can take through the FDA to commercialize their product. And in fact, anything that we market in the US is approved by the FDA for marketing.
So, I got a question. Do you collect a swab from the consumer once,
Do you guys do
or are
more-
you continuously collecting information?
So the question was, do you collect the swab or do you collect the information?
Is there something they wear that continuously collects the information?
Great.
Or is this a one-time thing and then you
It's a great question.
deliver
Yeah.
the information to them?
So the interesting thing about DNA, so when I was doing my PhD, I started this in 2003, and that's when the human genome was published, and that cost $3 billion. Now it's like thousands of, it's going to be free. It's going to cost more to store and analyze than it is to generate DNA. So we offer the DNA service right now, but we can essentially pull it from anywhere if people decide to share that. But we are essentially building out the customization of the experience depending on what the user wants. So if there's a particular wearable that they want integrated, we integrate it.
So you're just collecting DNA, not hydration or fatigue, any other real-time information?
We do collect that, yes.
How is that collected?
So interestingly, our first use case was with a high-performance organization based in Phoenix, Arizona, called Altis, track and field. And we said, what technology solution would you like? You want Garmin? You want Fitbit? I mean, what do you want? And they said, keep that away from us. Technology's not ready. Give us a Hooper McKinnon survey, where you ask a performance survey, a wellness survey, essentially every day. And we've actually been able to demonstrate a proof of concept around research and development that we can glean genetic insights and point to genes that are involved in, say, for example, energy levels, soreness, adaptation to various kinds of training, just through a survey. But as the market demands a particular wearable, for example, that is something that we can integrate. Like, for example, we have integrated Fitbit, it's just not on the market right now.
Let me kick this over to Kevin for a minute. Kevin, how much data and DNA are you gathering from your players? So at the highest level,
we can't gather any. That's collectively bargained. So we can't directly do it. The individual athlete can come and do all this directly with him, but as an organization, it's been collectively bargained out.
So in that instance, the best client would actually be the Players Association, right? So that's the path of the professional athletes. And what we've been seeing in addition to that is through performance trainers, performance experts as well, that want to deliver, cutting edge, the most individualized training for their athletes.
So right now, when an athlete signs up for your service, are they getting the product through an app?
Yes.
Is that what you said? So they go onto an app and that's where they see the information?
Yeah. So there are mobile applications where essentially you start on day one and you start logging. And so part of the solution includes essentially N=1 data, monitoring an athlete's reporting, subtle changes, longer term changes, those things are pushed to the coach. And those changes are actually linked to the cause, that is the genetics. So if you take something as homogeneous as the 100 meters, for example, it's a pretty easy, straightforward thing to do, right? Not really. Not if everybody's forced to do the same training. So we've built, for example, predictive algorithms that effectively look at injury risk as measured by acute to chronic training load ratios. And what's interesting is those athletes that are all training the same have massive differences in what kind of training stresses them, right, and where the risks are and what the potential blockers are. And so the solutions become, for example, if one athlete has a predisposition to cramp and then get a hamstring injury as a result, and they have a particular marker that's related to what's referred to as an AMP deaminase 1 gene, which is correlated or related to lower concentrations of sugar in the muscle tissue, that creates the cramp. But the solution is a simple D-ribosectament. And there are hundreds of solutions like that. Thanks.
So it starts with the, so if I'm the athlete and I'm training, I get the app, I'm able to log my own data, or you're tracking my data? Is incumbent on me to put my data in, or what?
We can log the athlete's data, but we also can pull data from like Apple Health Kit, various wearables. So there is both active and passive data collection.
Right. And then you help me, like, let's say I'm an NBA player and I'm not giving it to, my team, or I'm not giving it to my coach. You're still giving me advice and counsel on how to train better, all the things you were just talking about. If I'm your customer, you're giving that to me to make me, to help me figure out a better way to increase my performance.
Exactly. And
telling me where to focus, where not to focus, what to watch out for, what.
Yep.
Is that the?
Exactly. And what's more, the additional layer is, because we can't be experts at everything, is we've scaled this technology to empower any subject matter expert to offer their expertise on the platform and combine them with genetics. So a nutrition organization, a high performance organization, a sports apparel company.
And you become the aggregator of those inputs.
Correct.
But your special sauce is the DNA piece of it?
And the algorithms that actually point to what DNA is important and what is informative.
Right, the predictive piece of that.
Correct.
Right. Okay. And for most athletes who want to communicate with their coach, you basically break down that silo and make it easy so my coach and I can be on the same page.
Correct.
Right. Okay.
All right, investors, what do we think?
I think it's interesting. I mean, we've been studying the space pretty closely as a firm, looking at the DNA. I think I personally need some more clarity on the user experience and the business model before I can make any type of offer, but absolutely we'd love to continue the conversation.
Yeah, I'll send over some information.
Yeah.
All right, great job. All right, Jeremy, thank you. Jeremy Koenig from Athletigen. So a lot of momentum going on right now. It's good way to get things going here. All right, next up from right here in New York City, the founder of Notch, Stepan Boltain. Notch is a compact mobile movement analysis and motion capture system. 3 minutes are on the clock, Stepan. Your Sports Tank pitch begins now.
Well, hello. Thank you, Sports Tank. Good to see everyone here. My name is Stepan. I'm the founder of Notch Interfaces. And at Notch, we believe that every movement worth recording should be recorded in 3D. And in sports, there's a lot of those kind of movements. And that's why we created Notch, the premier motion analysis system that works on the smartphones. So essentially, Notches are tiny devices that connect to one another and form a wireless sensor network. User wears Notches. Notches collect movement data from the users. Then our software analyzes, processes, recognizes, and visualizes the results on the smartphone with just a few taps on the interface as a 3D avatar. Notches are waterproof. They are rugged enough to work in any conditions, and they are also precise enough for even high-end medical applications. Also, Notch comes with SDK, which allows you to build your own motion analysis apps and products with deployment time of like 3 months. So these apps and products are being deployed in one of two verticals under the umbrella of wearable devices market. That's sports and healthcare. In sports, we have like about 100 million participants in Notch-compatible sports just in the US because the activities overlap. In healthcare, well, this is the best way to analyze a range of motion in rehab and physical therapy for muscular degenerative diseases. And realistically, our main competitor there is a plastic ruler called a goniometer still. So we validated these two markets by getting sold out twice of 2 waves of Notch developer pioneer kits. First time in 2016, then next batch, which we shipped, next batch is coming in May 2017. And we are seeing over 50 apps already being developed within our ecosystem in a wide array of cases. Also excited to see the success of our partner in golf for Emotion Sports that they announced and have been selling successfully to PGA golf instructors all over the world. We are also working on Notch-branded consumer-facing applications in mass markets, and like there's literally more devices, more software ahead. Of course, this was noticed by the media. We've been covered by press, from Guardian to TechCrunch to Verge. Recently, we got the best wearable of CES 2017 from Ars Technica, which also called us the 3D motion tracker you actually want to use. And yeah, really proud of our team. We've been working together over 3 years developing this. Acquired deep expertise in sensor tech and wearable technology, because it's really important how you wear it. Industrial design, everything is developed in-house, except maybe silicon. And yeah, the guys are really dedicated. There's 6 people full-time, a couple of people working part-time. Also really thrilled to have a... Well,
all right, investors, sorry. Investors, go ahead.
You're raising $1 million?
Oh yeah. So we're raising $1 million. We had seed funding from SOS Ventures through Hacks Accelerator, and everything else we're actually funded by revenue. So we're running revenue.
How long does the product stay charged, or is it a battery? How does that work?
It's 4 to 6 hours. They have independent memory, so they would basically it's matched the memory, how long you can record on it, and how long it runs, like 4 to 6 hours, and like 20 minutes to charge.
Is there any application where you put this on players during practice?
Oh yeah. There's a lot of. I mean, there are like as I said, there's 50 apps that people are developing. It's like from equestrian to like all sorts of sports, healthcare. So yeah, you can put on players. You get a complete 3D model. We're not cheating like on the data. It's precise. We have done validation independently through like universities. Yeah.
Are any of the apps that are in development are any of the apps consumer facing, so you can kind of broaden your reach of this?
So we started off as a platform, and now we're actually we were like pretty successful in that sense, because we offered our technology for people with expertise in particular areas, and now we're actually like so that's why we're here, because we want to take it to the level of consumer, and we're also looking for like potential partners in the sports equipment or pro sports space. So yeah, a consumer is coming soon.
So what would be an example of that, a consumer experience with this technology?
Like generally speaking, we wouldn't speak about our specific plans, but generally you can, with the information that we provide, you can actually get, compared to the ideal model, and get recommendations on whether your technique is correct or not. So for something like swimming, you can actually get efficiency compared to the professional swimmer. Runners, the same. Recommendations for injuries, yeah.
Is that all automated for the consumer, where it analyzes your swimming motion or running motion, will compare it to the ideal swimming motion?
Yeah, basically there is an AI for like a recommendation engine AI, where we compare the models, like the ideal models to the user models.
And how is this ideal swimming motion or running motion determined?
I mean, luckily, most of the sports were described in terms of angles and ranges of motion, so you actually know, like if you're doing something like, I don't know, CrossFit or Olympic lifting, you know where and specifically in what time of the movement, like what the angles should be for the knees, for the hips, for the shoulders, and that's all taken into account. So information is there, like research-wise.
And how does having the 3D rendering enhance the consumer's ability to understand what they're doing with their motions, as opposed to just showing their body doing the motion versus someone doing?
You mean compared to the camera?
Ideally.
Compared to the camera?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, first of all, like we are actually living in 3D world, so if there's something between us, like in the camera, you won't see it. Then you can get the right angle. You can actually get out of sight with this, and you can actually get like all the physics, kinetics, and kinematics with 3D. I mean, the motion capture proven itself to be the best motion analysis technology.
Can you give us some insight into what the apps look like, or what type of apps are being built around the product?
Yeah, I mean, like for example, the 4D Motion Sports, like our partner in golf, they have an amazing app for golf instructors where you put on the sensors, and it helps you with the setup, with the swing. It tells you, like it shows you the angles at the different, like the motion sequence where you're wrong, where you're not. I mean, yeah, that's. And then as far as like the apps that our users develop, I'm not sure I can speak specifically about that, but there's, yeah, people are like really excited. They've been telling us that they were waiting for like 10 years for this to actually happen, that they can do it in this shape, at this cost. It costs like 10 times less than whatever like is the next best thing. it works underwater. The next thing that works underwater costs $8,000. This is $379 for a kit of 6.
Could you walk through, so you've got the SDK out there in a lot of hands. Can you walk through these revenue projections and what the breakdown there is?
Walk through what?
So you've got 1.2 million projected in terms of sales. Can you break that down?
Well, yeah, I can. I mean, it's basically the numbers are based on the commitments we have from the like volume partners and from the dynamics of the existing that were so far. We started selling in like April. I mean, and that's conservative, which is being sort of frank about it. We started selling in April. We got I think now over 500,000. Yeah, so the manufacturing is ironed out. So all the NREs, non-recurring expenses that are related to manufacturing are behind. So.
I give you a lot of credit. You've only raised 120 grand, and you're on course to be about $1.7 million this year. That's pretty awesome. I give you a lot of credit for that.
Thank you.
And I see you just got into NYU Tisch for animations classes. To go in the consumer business it's a boiling the ocean to somewhat. I mean, ask FanDuel what they had to do in terms of doing that. Do you want to go after consumer now? Because I don't see anyone on the team that is like that. We're consumer investors that says consumer versus go find some of the top-notch animation schools, like the way Photoshop spread thanks to like Apple, and just own it there and have it spread. So once those kids leave or whatever, they have to have it because you have a great thing here. And sometimes the rush like to be famous consumer, but you have some good stuff. Do you need to go to consumer right away?
Well, we basically identified the sort of the killer app for what we believe, like the killer app for movement analysis, like for all these sensors in general, and we think we can actually kill it there with this killer app. And basically, I mean, this is a consumer product. Like, it's not B2B like infrastructural thing. It's a consumer product because, like, right now, if you don't have an SDK and you're building a complex enough technology, like we're doing. So, and in terms of our expertise, my co-founder is like a multi-award winner, like an industrial design from like SIGGRAPH to whatever, I mean, just lost count, like Fast Company. Yeah, so in terms of building something that's compelling, I think we can do it.
Yeah. No, if you build it, they won't necessarily come though.
Yeah,
so that's what I was wondering. And so maybe it's what are you going to do with $1 million?
Yeah, that's basically, we're raising the $1 million because we know how much it would take and how we would do the consumer, because we've seen that happen. Like we've developed the technology now. It's just it's for us to implement. So yeah, and the other angle, like the animation, like we have it. Like we have universities, like they love us. They use it. Like NYU, they love it. It's
for the sales.
Yeah, go ahead. You go
No,
ahead.
but it's not like the psychology major at NYU. You know, it's like someone in animation. That's the thing. It's just ready for prime time. Yeah. I mean, if you guys are interested in it, we would maybe help just flesh out the consumer because you have something cool. Like, I'm a simple kid from Syracuse, New York, and I'm like, ooh, Central Park. There's a guy running, and there's the animation. It's like, I want one of those. So it's like, it's pretty neat what you can do. But it's smarter stuff that you guys invest in right now.
So of the sales generated to date, how many clients is that? How many customers?
So I mean, basically, it's based on the number of kids that we sell, and we're like passing the 2,000. So yeah, that's that. I mean, we have like a good inbound in terms of people coming in. Yeah, we're just being careful in terms of not overcommitting and being that guy who can deliver, like because they run out of stuff.
And the sales are coming from your website?
Yeah. It's a website and it's volume deals with the partners. Basically, in the first wave, there were people who bought it just to evaluate. They loved it, and now we're moving to the volume deals now.
And right now, you think the company's worth about $10 million?
Huh?
You think the company's worth $10 million?
Yeah. Basically, we want to, like, we're ready to like drop it 10% to the, like, in this round because we can, like, we think we can actually blast way past that with the, and about the consumer product, like, I'm happy to talk about this. It's just not something that we disclose publicly. But yeah,
no one's tweeting this. It's cool. You can tell us.
It's just it's just live streamed all over the world, and all the guys in Hungary are not sleeping. So.
Yeah. Anybody want to jump in? What are you guys thinking?
Well, I have one last thing. What's your burn like? Like how much cash are you burning monthly?
I mean, we can talk about this. I mean, we have a runway and.
Okay.
Good. What's your social security number?
My DNA.
Brought to you by
DNA. I can quote my genome. One time.
See, I'm kind of with you. I feel like this is a I think it's a very cool product. I just don't think it's ready to be, like, I wouldn't go all in on building this as a consumer product yet. And that one slide you had there, which we ran out of time, I like the powered by Notch approach. Like, I like putting it out there and then letting the open source world figure out what to do with it, as long as there's money in it for you guys. And then it seems if that works and takes hold, then I feel like you have a better base from which to go attack the consumer, because you kind of will have co-created with them. So I feel like I'd want to know what the money's being spent on, because if it's going to go diving into consumer now, I think it's too early. But that's just one man's opinion.
I mean, Brian over there, like, is there an Intel inside approach to this, where you can be the technology layer that sits within, across both B2B and B2C?
Yeah.
We're asking Brian. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, potentially, you'd have to see kind of what's inside of it, and there's a lot of different components that go into that type of capture, as he knows, and there's a lot of proprietary technology behind those things, so I think it'd definitely be worth exploring. I think there's questions around how many different data points you need, and to Kevin's question earlier, like, could an athlete wear this? Athletes can wear a lot of things. The answer is they don't want to wear anything, so you want to make it as unobtrusive as possible. This one's a little bit different in that you're encouraging more data capture for the output, whereas kind of athletes and that are doing it for our purposes, they don't want to wear anything, so you want to make it sure they don't even know what they're wearing. So I tend to agree. My initial reaction is, it seems like a great technology that's trying to find a home, and that platform could be a way to let the technology survive until that home becomes more apparent.
That was my view. Yeah.
Yeah, and to your point, all you guys I think are right on. When you look at Nike's success, it's come by a pyramid, and the pyramid starts with the elite athlete at the top, and then coming down to college athletes, high school athletes, and then your masses across the base. And I think you're right on. Until you can get that elite athlete and get that really marketed at that level, I think you're going to have a hard time getting the masses.
I see. Should I respond?
Like
about the Intel side approach, it's just I want to say that powered by Notch, which I heard you like. I mean, that's something that we have and that we were building for the last 3 years, and we're working on to actually have all those volume deals and people interested. So yeah, that's something that we present from the present and the past, and that's not going away. But we want to get a bit closer to actual guys.
All right, Stepan, thank you. And it sounds like maybe keep in touch here. Maybe some more communication needs to be done here. Thank you. From Notch, Stepan Boltan. Next up here on Sports Tank from Istanbul, Turkey, representing Teleporter, Dilara Keçeci and Aslan Yurdalan. Teleporter VR is a live event experience focused around sports events, esports, and music through the use of virtual reality. 3 minutes around the clock. Dilara and Aslan, your Sports Tank pitch begins now.
Hi, hello everybody. I would like to talk about Teleporter today. I think we have a problem about the slides. Okay. By the way, I'm the co-founder of the Teleporter VR, and we are based Istanbul. Okay. Sorry for the problem. Okay. People all around the world are just watching sports events, and this is what you see when you are simply watching them. If you would experience the events, sports events, you would probably interact with the space, communicate with your friends, and you would completely experience it. And in today's world, actually sports content is easily accessible for everyone, but the experience is not. And we believe that virtual reality has a huge potential to change our watching experience into living the live events in real time. This is why we have created Teleporter. Let's take a closer look. We have two main focus, esports and sports events. You are in a stadium suite right now. You can see your friends as 3D avatars. You can see a kind of Twitch streaming in the event. And there will be live stats. You can see kill, death, assist, or runs, for example. And You will also be able to play little gamifications like bets. This is very important for gamers. And you will also be able to see your favorite player's screen whenever you want. You can choose some of them, you can watch them in real time, and you can see them all together. You will be able to your favorite player's room, and you can see them, you can watch them while they are playing. They can nearly touch them. As I said, there will be little gamifications, and we have just created a store which is connected with the brands. And you can interact with the space. When we talk about the competition, companies all around the world are trying 360 videos to deliver an event experience. Or they can maybe using 360 videos and 2D flat screen solutions. This is not enough to deliver an experience using 360 videos, because in a live event, you would like to interact with the space. You would like to communicate with the friends. You would like to be a real part of the crowd. So we have only one competitor in sports side, and we have much more scalable solution in terms of business. And especially in esports side, which is the most important one for us, they are using in-game 360 videos, but this is not like an event experience. And when we look at the market, we are expecting $1.5 billion market in 2020, especially in sports sites. And good news, 65% is also VR users. We are providing behavioral data for brands, and especially we have a special loyalty system which is truly connected with the brands and like advertisement model. And we have created new ways of engagement. Imagine that you can...
Time's up, Dilara.
Wow, okay. This is our team, and we are mostly coming from top tech companies like Microsoft, Google, etc. This is what we are doing. Thank you. By the way, I would like to invite my co-founder because we built everything together, Aslan.
I got a question. Do you guys have any IP? Is there any patents?
Okay.
Okay. We started our IP process in US. We are also have an IP rights in Turkey.
Okay. So no sales to date, but currently looking at $10 million valuation. How do you get there?
Okay. Actually, we will make our first POC with the biggest esports events organizer at the end of the April, and we will make one more POC in the sports side with a European football match. So this is why we are waiting for like $1 million.
Okay.
Do you have rights to broadcast just the individual events, or are these longer-term partnerships to have virtual reality rights to broadcast?
Actually, in esports rights, content right is not something very complicated, but in sports side, it's very complicated because content right is very expensive. We need to make some partnerships, and actually we need to provide broadcasters a kind of white label infrastructure. In esports sites, we are creating a teleporter VR platform, which includes all esports events together, and right now we have 2 different brands to be a part of our platform right now, and the biggest esports events organizers just accepted this.
I have 2 things. Are you operating out of Turkey currently?
We are coming from Turkey, but we have just opened 2 different offices, one in San Francisco and one in Chicago. So we are trying to accelerate our company in the United States.
Great. And in order to experience teleporting, are there glasses you need to wear, virtual reality glasses that you have to wear?
Yeah, actually, if you need any VR headset from Google Cardboard to HTC Vive, it doesn't matter, it's completely multi-platform. You can use any of them, and the experience is just the same.
Right, so just so we're clear on that, because that was one of my questions too. So if someone already has a VR headset, they're good to go?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what, if I've got a fairly current VR headset, I can access the experience.
Yeah, you can definitely use any of these VR headsets to access our platform. Depending on the platform, you can use some gestures. You can use your hands if you use HTC Vive or Oculus. You can't use your hands if you use Google Cardboard, etc. It's about movement limitation.
So you're selling to the producers of the content, right?
Yeah.
And I get to experience it if they buy it, right?
Yeah, actually in sports sites, we're providing a kind of tool, a kind of Adobe tool for a sports broadcaster and esports site. They can easily they integrate our platform via themselves.
Okay, then I'd love to hear from some of these guys who know more about that than we do, whether it's interesting.
Yeah.
Well, can you explain again how you differentiate yourselves from the other VR companies? Because there's a lot out there. We've worked with a lot of them, so what's your differentiating factor?
Okay. I would like to first talk about esports site. Esports sites, especially both broadcasters, actually event organizers and both companies are using 360 videos to deliver a live event. And there's one more company using in-game 360 streaming, like you are watching players on a map, over the map, and you can see them all while they are running. But this is not an event experience. We are saying them competitor because when a user uses their VR headsets, they need to change one of us. This makes us competitor, but the experience is just different. And in sports sites, there's a great company created a virtual experience platform like us, but they are working together with broadcasters as project-based. We have created infrastructure like Adobe for virtual reality for especially sports broadcasters, because broadcasters do not want to use the same infrastructure with each other. So they need to create a unique VR experiences. They can change everything in the room, everything in the space. They can use different colors, different stuff, different way of, different perspective, for example. This makes these all VR experiences unique. So this is like two different things for virtual reality broadcasting.
From a broadcast perspective, I mean, it sounds like that you're carving your space out in esports. Is that because it's the easiest, like, basic broadcast partnership to secure right now?
Easier to make partnership, and also audience is just the same, esports audience and the VR audience. So
And is it most likely the most interactive space to be in compared to other sports? So what's your growth opportunity beyond esports then?
in esports sites, gamers are just they love to play with toys, you know. They see a VR headset as a toy, they would like to use it. They see VR platforms as toys, they would like to use them all. They would like to interact with the space, they would like to reach live stats, for example. They would like to see their favorite players while they are playing in real time. They would like to nearly touch them, to feel them, to be a part of the crowd, to be a part of the virtual reality crowd also. And actually their behavior is very different from the sports side. They love to interact with the others, communicating with the others using hashtags. And, you know, they are easy to reach in some ways. So our main focus is esports right now. And we were actually 3 weeks ago in South by Southwest, and we were one of the VRAI category finalists in South by. And just in 1 week, we have reached one of the biggest esports broadcaster of the world, and they have just decided to use our platform. That was great for us.
But what is your moat from stopping Twitch from doing this, or I guess Facebook plus Oculus? Like, it seems to me Facebook and Oculus, like, they've got the distribution, they've made the technology acquisition, like, what's stopping them from turning 100 developers onto this and doing this quickly?
Okay, would you like to explain?
Excuse me, can you ask again the question?
Yeah, so what's stopping Facebook with their Oculus acquisition, or Twitch or another big, broad distribution platform from doing this on their own and beating you guys to it, given that they have distribution and partnerships?
Okay. Oculus is a standalone content distribution channel and also hardware company, you know. And Facebook tried to make their own social world with using an Oculus. And actually, they need to understand the real user experience for esports games. And for example, Twitch focus on game streaming. They are not focused on esports event streaming and esports event experience. We actually just only focused on the esports experience for gamers in virtual reality, and we think that it's our expertise now. And just one company, as Dilara said, working on the virtual reality sports esports solution, and they still not providing enough experience for the gamers.
Can I add something? By the way, we are a great team which is mostly coming from top tech companies, and we all are gamers. We know what a gamers love, what a game enthusiast would like to see in a platform. So user experience is our everything. We are working hard to best user experience in virtual reality, for especially in esports. This is why we have a UX researcher and a Google UX expert in our team. And we have some essays about the UX of the VR and the esports side especially. We are trying to find the best user experience. So Facebook is streaming live esports events. They will keep streaming. Twitch is a, you know, content delivering, and they will keep doing this. We have a 2D flat screen in our platform to see a kind of Twitch streaming, but this is not coming from the Twitch. This is coming from the event organizer. So players can, users can see a kind of Twitch streaming also. So they are not missing it in our platform, for example.
I have one more question from the audience. How is this different from like a game publisher doing their own VR experience for esports gaming?
What do you mean about game publisher, for example?
Like the owner of the gaming content. So a publisher of a game that's being played in the esport environment, or any game publisher, creating their own, I guess, virtual reality experience within their game. Does that make sense?
You ask for why the game publishers can do this
Right.
type of experience,
Similar
right?
to him, the streaming partners, his question, can game publishers do the same thing with your technology?
Yeah. Actually, game publishers, one of game publishers' why is tried a kind of solution for Dota 2, and especially they need to an engagement tool, and they just providing a kind of spectating tool. But in gaming, especially esports, spectating tools are not enough, because we need to increase the engagement with the user with a social way. We need to provide them a real win-win solution. And game publishers are just focusing to promote their games, promote their actually spectating experience, and we probably will work with them as a partner, because they want to promote their solutions, their games, and their events via this type of distribution channels. They are not actually using this type of solutions in existing spectating solutions.
Investors, any thoughts?
Well, I think you're right. In terms of VR, everyone's out there trying to figure out a VR solution, especially in sports, and I think esports is the way to go with it. People are already being transported into a virtual world, and this makes it that much more interactive. When you talk about traditional sports, trying to recreate, the broadcast of a basketball game or a football game, it doesn't have the same impact in VR as VR does for esports. So I think you guys are on the right track there. I think you're going to find it harder to get rights for esports IP going forward. They're starting to see bigger partnerships for bigger media deals and exclusivity in that space. So I think that's going to be something you're going to have to work on and secure those partnerships while you're having those conversations.
Yeah, thank you. And also, in esports industry, sponsor brands drive the industry. So esport organizers need to satisfy the brands, and we actually also provide them a kind of branding tools, unique branding tools. So actually they want to use this type of platform to satisfy the brands also. At this different point.
All right, thank you. Great job, guys. Bilal and Aslan from Teleporter VR, great job. We're going to take a 10-minute break real quick, so just go stretch your legs. We have some sponsors up on the concourse. You can go visit them, but we'll get started promptly here in about 10 minutes. So don't stray too far. Thank you.
We got the uncomfortable chairs.
Let's hope it's muted.
Oh, yeah.
this ocean, traveling in slow motion, paddling with no question, early morning with the sun, not yet burning, innocent. I try to be a good son, myself 100%. Oh, I feel it inside. I wanna reach that. It's somewhere inside. I wish I reached that. Skyline, skyline. I wanna reach that skyline. Skyline. I wish I reached that skyline. Skyline. I'm gonna reach that skyline. Skyline. Endless troubles to go through. They're strewn in the city. Daily struggle to be true. Betray authenticity. Poison well around, but still I will take another round or another ride until we take off from the ground. I feel it inside. I wanna reach that. It's somewhere inside. I wish I reached that. Reach that skyline. Skyline. I wanna reach that skyline. Skyline. I wish I reached that skyline. Skyline. I wanna reach that skyline. Skyline.
All right, everybody, this is about our 2-minute warning, if you will. We're going to get started very shortly here, so just want to get everybody back in their seats. We're going to get our investors and our sports advisory panel out, and so we're under 2 minutes from starting again. Who's up?
Can you guys help push everybody back in, please? Thank you.
So the S is a Z. Sort of. In my head.
Sort of.
When I introduce you, I'll say you have a very special announcement for one of our next-gen arena companies. And I'll bring you explain that we actually
I can go around this way.
kind of are taking two companies in the sense that they're going to be Okay, everybody, 1 minute to go. We got a 1 minute warning here, so if you're up in the back, come on down, get in your seats. We're going to get our sports advisory panel situated, our investors. Pete's going to come back out. Fran Frascilla's going to come back out. And we're going to get started here in about less than a minute. All right, before we get started, one quick announcement. Just want to make sure everybody, you can follow along on the chat room for Sports Tank on the live stream. It's live.tpgsportsgroup.com. And you can also share, we welcome you to share on your social media as well. Now, I would like to bring up a couple of sponsors to say a few quick words. And again, without their support, we obviously wouldn't be able to do this. First, we're going to bring up from the football company, Michael Smith.
Hello. First of all, we'd like to thank TPG for allowing us to be associated with Sports Tank and the caliber of investors and advisors here on stage. The Football Co. is a football, meaning soccer company, the global game. And our view as owners is we look at things from an owner standpoint. So we invest in professional clubs around the world, and then we look at all the things that sort of move the needle for us. That's professional club ownership, grassroots player development, and fan engagement. So we look at these things from the ownership standpoint, and if they make sense from us, they'll make sense for our customers downstream. And we like to look at things at an early stage and startup phase of these companies, and like to learn what we don't know that's out there in the market and things that can help us move the needle for our own companies and clubs and then help our customers. So I know time's short, so I just wanted to thank TPG again, and good luck, everyone.
All right, Michael, thank you very much, and thanks for your support of Sports Tank. Now, we also have another very special guest, and she's going to come up here next. Natalie Zona, the head of program Lead Sports Accelerator. It's based in Berlin, Germany. Come up, Natalie.
Thank you. Very well pronounced, indeed. So I'm Natalie. I'm the head of program, not at football.co, but at Lead Sports Accelerator. That actually goes back to this man. He founded a pretty successful startup in 1949. He's also known for a feud with his brother, soccer cleats, 3 stripes, and often referred to as the father of the modern sports industry. But how would Adi Dassler innovate today? His grandchildren believe that he'd be supporting startups, and that's why more than 20 years after selling the company, they're actually returning to the sports business to build an accelerator and continue his legacy. And they're not alone. Lead is actually backed by a group of international top investors, all with a track record in sports. And also a vast network of VCs, CEOs, founders, marketing gurus across all disciplines, but all also united by one thing, a passion for sports. So no, we're not just another accelerator. We're the only sports-focused accelerator in Germany and one of very few globally. We train early-stage startups in business, leadership, and pitching. We grant access to the most relevant networks. We invest 25K, and in return, we take 8% in equity. So what are we looking for? We're actually really looking for everything in or applicable to the entire universe of sports. So obviously tech and esports, but also sports rights management, or even new sports format is something that we'd be potentially really interested in. So right now we're in the midst of the application phase. The program itself starts in September, runs for 12 weeks until demo day in December. And so far the response has been pretty amazing. As you might guess, this combination of sports and startups has us pushing against open doors. And if you're interested in becoming a partner or applying to the program, chat with us and let's shape the future of sports together. Thank you.
Now, hold on a minute, Natalie. I think we have a special announcement to make, too, don't we?
Yes, yes. We had the very humbling and very tough task to actually select a winner from the next gen startups that were all pretty amazing. And we chose one startup that we're actually inviting to our program, and that is Second Skull.
Hey, all right.
Thank you
so much. Very excited.
We're very excited too. So we'll see you in Berlin this summer. Photo? Where is the photo?
Good.
Ah, there.
Very good. Good. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie. Congratulations, guys. Now, kind of an added bonus, if you will, not only did they get accepted into the accelerator program, which is awesome. But another company from the Next Gen Arena is going to present to us next. They're our sixth presenter here at Sports Tank. We want to welcome them down. From PhysiGlow, Keith Smart. It's a resistance training gear for athletes and fitness enthusiasts to enhance their performance. Keith, 3 minutes around the clock. Your Sports Tank pitch begins now.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone, advisors, investors, everyone watching at home and or in your office and in the audience. So what is PhysiGlow? PhysiGlow is resistance training gear that improves the performance of fitness enthusiasts and athletes anywhere by doing any type of cardio, strength, or agility-based activity. And how do we do that? What we do is we've created patented resistance panels and bands into the full garment where it's completely seamless and you can do all your normal activities while simulating the effects of wearing 10-pound ankle weights. So this is the first time where a company has been able to fully integrate this and make a patented technology. So how did we do it? So my co-founder, Frank, is a former biomedical engineer as well as medical student at NYU. My background, I was an Olympic fencer, won a silver medal in Beijing, and I used to use resistance bands all the time when I trained in Europe. So when Frank and I met, it was obvious that we were onto something because he was trying to help his patients in the clinics lose weight through resistance bands, and I was already using resistance bands from my years of training for the Olympics. After we spent a year doing product development, we finally felt comfortable launching our product, PhysiGlow, into the market. And we were able to secure partnerships with several teams, college leagues, as well as key investors and advisors. One of the most notable being David Stern from the NBA, who got on board and was really instrumental in helping us open new channels to market our product. So the science behind it is where we're using the principles of physics and biomechanics, and what it's doing is it's burning up to 15% more calories because your muscles are working 23% harder with each step. We market it in 2 channels, B2B, where we're going directly to colleges, professional teams, gyms, and other fitness centers, as well as consumer, where we're going marketing through our e-commerce website, physiclow.com. We've been selling now for 20 months. In 2015, we did 200,000 in sales. Last year, we did 400,000. Just last quarter, we did 200,000. And for the remainder of the year, we expect to accelerate that significantly and close the year at close to $3 million due to an expansion of our sales team as well as marketing efforts. We're here raising $1 million, and we're really excited about the opportunity. Thank you.
Good job, Keith. All right, investors, who's first?
I'll jump in. So how do you, as far as the product goes, caring for it? Throw it in the washing machine when you're done with it, and does it last the same amount of time as a regular pair of Under Armour shorts would?
Yeah, so care instructions are typical as your normal high-end compression clothing. We product tested it for up to 50 washes with our manufacturer, who actually is the same manufacturer that makes Under Armour, Ralph Lauren, Calvin Klein Performance, and used to manufacture for Nike. And they are been really instrumental in making sure we had the top quality gear and as well as sourcing the right materials and textiles. Typically what we recommend though is after 1 or 2 uses, just put it in the wash, cold water or low tumble speed, and then hang dry or low heat.
Tom?
Oh, sorry.
To supply the kind of ramp up that you're talking about from $250,000 to $1 million is a significant hockey stick as it relates to production. Do you think the company, number one, can do it? And number two, how many sizes and how many colors do you bring this in?
Both really good questions. So we do believe we have the technology and the partnerships to scale rapidly. And the reason why is our manufacturer who makes for all the major brands, they actually invested in us pre-production, pre-sales, because they were really excited about the opportunity. So they're ready right now for us to ramp up to 10,000 to 20,000 units in scale once we can show that demand is there. In terms of the, I forget the second part.
The number of sizes and
oh, yeah,
colors.
sorry. So right now, we offer sizing from extra small through 3XL, and we offer 2 colors, gray, which is the one I'm wearing, as well as all black. And the styles that we offer currently are capris and tights for women. This is the tights, as well as shorts and tights for men. So we have a number of SKUs. We're looking to expand that over the next 6 months by offering resistance tops, as well as children's sizes.
One last question. What country is the source of origin?
So, good question. So the power mesh, the resistance power mesh is sourced from Korea, but everything is ultimately manufactured in China. And then they handle all the shipping to our fulfillment center in LA. So we don't have to worry about any risk of product being lost in transit.
Yeah, tell me about your patent.
Sure. So we filed a patent with NYU because it was originally developed in the NYU Medical School. So NYU is now running point on making sure it goes fully through. We've already received the utility patent, which is public. We've received a lot of interest from brands of different sizes about potentially licensing it because they see the capability and the opportunity with using Physiclo in their own lines of clothing.
A couple questions. How many rounds of investors have you had? At what valuation? And what valuation are you giving it right now?
Sure. So we've done technically 2 rounds of investment. In total, we've only raised $375,000 in dilutive capital. We first started with, the first round was with our manufacturer, where they valued us at $4 million for $200,000 of equity or cash. And then we did $175,000 of angel investors, which included David Stern. And then we also did, prior to both of those rounds, we won $100,000 in grants and business plan competition winnings.
Okay. So, and what's the valuation right now on the million you're looking for?
So right now we're floating back and forth between a $5 million valuation or potentially a convertible note. We're leaning more towards the $5 million valuation. It's just, it really depends on us finding the right strategic partners.
Gotcha. And as far as product, you said that it has a tension of 15%?
Well, the weighted, you're burning up to 15% more calories, as well as your VO2 is equivalent of 15%, but the actual weight is similar to 10 pounds of wearing 10-pound ankle weights or knee weights.
Is there any way you could adjust that to higher? I mean, where you really get way up? Not for me.
So it's a great question, actually. So we spent a year doing just product development, and the initial prototypes had the equivalent of 25 pounds of tension. So yes, so we do plan to expand. We're having modular levels where some will be just everyday usage, very slight level of resistance, whereas others for like professional athletes or Olympic athletes, they need a little bit more because their body's growing acclimated to wearing this resistance fairly quickly from our feedback. So they're asking for even more. And we've had some athletes and coaches, they buy 2 to 3 sizes. So for example, they'll buy a medium and an extra large and wear them both at the same time.
What's your channel of distribution? Is it all internet?
So there's 3 channels right now for distribution. First is through our website, physiclo.com. The second is we have a small sales team that is selling to coaches, colleges, high schools, and teams and invoicing them for large bulk orders. And then the third, which is also growing fairly rapidly, is working with personal trainers and fitness gyms and centers where they want that we offer them a small commission for them to sell through either what we see them doing two things. Some of them will post a link or a coupon code in their like Instagram feed, or the other things that they'll do is they'll just buy a bunch from us and then resell it directly to their clients.
Is it your ambition to build out your own brand, or would you prefer licensing this out?
Yeah, so right now our ambition is to build our own brand. And the reason why we say that is we've studied a lot of brands, and we spent a lot of time doing product development. And so Under Armour started with a single moisture wicking t-shirt for football practice. Nike started with a single running shoe for middle distance runners in the Pacific Northwest. What we're doing right now is we've created a clothes for anyone that wants to get stronger, jump higher, run faster. Anyone can use it, and they're seeing immediate benefits. So we think this is a great opportunity, but you know, we haven't turned away any of those conversations with some of the bigger brands that have approached us. We're listening to them because you just can't predict the future, but right now we're prepared. We're building this company to be one of the next great athletic brands.
You might want to, you need to develop that logo right there that you got on your shirt and get it out. That's the way to build that brand. It's actually quite a good logo. If you, and I'm sure you registered the logo mark.
Yes, we did. So we've changed our logo a couple of times because initially we got a lot of feedback where some other brands came after us because we had a different logo, and we were getting a lot of good press initially. So this one is registered, and we definitely want to expand, and that's what we're looking for, like getting the word out. We're doing a lot of grassroots marketing as well as other partnerships with key influencers and so forth. But yeah, thank you.
If you want to do product seeding, are you prepared to get enough of it out there?
We are. So we experimented with product seeding last year with more fitness bloggers and personal trainers. Now we're doing product seeding more with key athletes. So yes, we are. Because we know that's a big opportunity, a big channel. So yes.
What margins are you getting, given that this is a pretty specialized product?
Yeah, it's a really good question. So it's a complicated product to make, and we didn't want to scare away any initial customers. So currently, the gross margins are approximately 52%. But with scale, as we grow to 10,000 to 20,000 units, that margin will increase to approximately 70 to 75%.
And what are you holding in your fulfillment center right now? Like, what's the lead time?
I'm sorry?
What are you holding in your fulfillment center?
So our inventory turnover was a lot slower last year. It was approximately like two times. Right now, because we're doing much better with sales, it's about three to 3.5 times, approximately. I could get you the exact numbers offline.
Kevin, do you have anything?
Are you negotiable on the valuation?
Yeah, we are always negotiable for the right partner. Because what we want is strategic partners. That's why we've been very judicious in how much we raise and who we raise from. Because we don't want to just raise money to raise money. We believe this is a grand slam, so we want to find somebody that can definitely help us hit that home run.
You can factor this.
I'm sorry?
You could factor this and not even take on investors.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point, and we've definitely thought of different alternative forms of financing, whether factoring or if we have enough purchase orders, or debt financing, and as well as some small business loans. So right now, what we believe is there's a really great opportunity to get in on the ground floor for the right person.
I think you're right, but there is an oxymoron, angel and stern, in the same sentence.
Investors, what do you guys think?
I'll be sure to not mention that to him.
So Keith, when Under Armour, you mentioned the first shirt they had, one of the things they did early on, and they got some like underground fanfare, is they actually spent money on a compression study out of Penn State, where they actually proved with Dr. Kramer, like compression, because it's close to, you saw this question coming, I'm an Under Armour guy, right? Yeah. So it keeps your skin tight and it flushes out like the stuff, it's 17% performance. You mentioned 15% calories here or there. If you're, there's another Pacers reference, drinking game number 2. If you're the GM of the Indiana Pacers and you want to go all in and do this to make your athletes better, what proof do you have that this will do that?
So it's a great question, Mike. So we actually just completed a study, if I'm the GM of the Pacers, with Cal Poly's Human Performance Lab, where they took it to their NCAA athletes, gender neutral, both men and women, and they used Physiclo in 5 different exercises over 8 weeks. Those exercises were running, cycling, lunges, deadlifts, and squats. And they were able to confirm, independent of anything that we gave them, that their heart rate improved by 15%, their VO2 was 15%, their muscle activation was 14%, and they're right now in the process of writing a white paper for peer-reviewed publication so that where they confirm that Physiclo is the ideal training tool for cardiovascular activity. In addition, one of the things that we're looking to do with a capital raise is we have contracts with the University of Miami and NYU to do 2 more studies, more longer term studies, to show the effects of training with Physiclo over 10 weeks all the way out to 6 months. So we're ultimately a science-based company, and we've done a lot of in-house studies, but now because we've studied Under Armour a lot, we also want to show that independent efficacy is true and it does work, and we've also have a lot of anecdotal evidence from a lot of our trainers and coaches that confirm that.
I'd like to make an offer, okay? And Tom and Megan and I have been talking a little bit, and we think we bring a lot. His Nike expertise. I know a few NBA teams. I know a few NBA athletes. I know athletes across sports. So I would offer $100,000 for 3.3%. Okay. Thank you. Wow, that's very, very generous of you. Really appreciate it. And it makes so much sense to work with you guys. Could I just hear if anyone else has any offers that they want to? This all works. Don't you dare! Don't you dare!
Don't listen to that cheap guy.
4% dollar product for the rest of your life. Is that?
Yeah, Mr. Wonderful.
You're onto something here, and this is why this was much more valuable than the 2.5 minutes at the other room. So I'm glad you made the cut as the wild card. You shouldn't listen to that cheap bastard over there, though. I mean, that's he's undercutting you. But no, I think those are good terms, and you got people sitting on that side of the table that bring. If you're looking for the right strategic partners, you've got some. And I would join you guys from my own angel operation for a similar number at that valuation, because I think you're onto something here. And if we can if those studies are going to be in the public domain, Mike's question was a great question. Like that could be the thing that starts to really, you can say it till you're blue in the face. If someone independently says, we did the test, here are the results. This is how your performance is going to improve. So I'd throw in another 100 from our angel group at that valuation for sure.
Okay.
Wow.
And if I could just add, when you're looking to raise capital, we've invested in over 40 companies now, and money is one thing, but the right money is another thing, and seeing where the offer originated from, and Duncan as well, but that type of background and expertise, it's not just the money that's coming, but it's also partners that should really help your business accelerate its growth.
Yeah. No, I agree. What
do you say?
I say yes. Let's.
All right, we got a deal. All right, congratulations, Keith. Hug it out. Hug it out. Thank you. And don't forget Duncan. Duncan's over here. Keith Smart from Physiclo. Great job, Keith. All right, that was pretty exciting. Good job, man. That was fantastic. All right, next up, from San Diego, California, the CEO of Hook It, Scott Tilton. Hook It quantifies sponsorship return on investment from social and digital media tracking over 500,000 sports entities. 3 minutes are on the clock, Scott. Your Sports Tank pitch begins now.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for having me tonight. I'm Scott Tilton, the co-founder and CEO of Hook It. I'm here tonight seeking new investment and new customer partners to join our company. Let's talk a little bit about sponsorship. Every year, or this year specifically, $44 billion is going to be spent on sports sponsorship. It's been growing at a rate of 4 to 5% a year. It's not going away, and it's only growing every year. A couple years ago, we identified by tracking all these professional athletes and amateur athletes that everything was clearly shifting to social and digital media. And when we looked at the spending dollars that were being spent from a media perspective against sponsorship, we saw that the dollars are following that direction as well. So when you look out into 2020 here, the media spend against social and digital around sponsorships is going to grow about 78% to be roughly $27 billion, while television is going to continue to struggle. The problem here is that the ROI and the impact from social and digital is largely unknown. And the traditional measurement companies and social listening tools have really not done a good job in terms of quantifying the billions of dollars in value that's being generated there in hopes that the clients in the sports industry can take advantage of it. So introduce Hook It. We are the deepest, most accurate sponsorship-specific platform that quantifies the value of sponsorships in social and digital. To give you a sense of the scale of what we're building, last month we tracked $2.5 billion in media value for 5,000 companies on our platform. And we know exactly where all that value is coming from. Every player, every team, every event property. And at the core of our platform is what we call the sport graph. So we're actively tracking a growing database of 500,000 entities in sports. So every professional athlete, event, league, team, federation, media property, and brand. And we're tracking that across Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, search, and a growing list of major digital properties. So of the 100 million posts that we collected last month and web pages that we analyzed, let me show you how we did evaluation against one post. So what we're looking for are hashtags and mentions of brands, and we do image recognition against every single photo and video to identify logos within the content to find branded content. We then assign a dollar value on what these posts are worth based on how much engagement the posts are getting and the quality of the promotion. So for example, the size and clarity of the logo, the number of hashtags being used, all that gets factored into our valuation methodology to put an accurate dollar value on what these posts and all this content is worth. So we provide our data to clients via real-time dashboards, executive level reports, which is all combined with really actionable insights and predictive analysis to help our clients make better decisions in the future and really optimize their strategies. So we've had amazing network effect growth over the past 24 months, leading to some major clients on our board here who both, whether you're buying or selling sponsorship, you're using it to quantify the value.
And time's up.
Same with media. And so
what's the opportunity?
So in conclusion, this is the opportunity. Yeah. So we've been developing the company for the platform for 5 years. We've got some patents pending on some of our scoring and ranking algorithms. We've got a great team, management team, board of directors, some really seasoned and strategic angel investors. We have 30 full-time employees based in San Diego, and we just reached cash flow break even in the last 2 months. Revenues, we did a couple million in revenue last year. That's going to double this year, and we're looking to raise $3 million for 17.5% of the company.
What is the $3 million going to be used for?
Mostly sales and client development, continued product evolution as well. We're continuing to add new data sources on a regular basis, so moving into China and some other areas. But yeah, product innovation is definitely always going to be a critical piece, but it's all sales and client development right now.
And what is the sales strategy right
So
now?
it's very network effect, so we haven't invested a lot in marketing at all. We've been very aggressive with, or proactive, feeding this data to the media. So we've had some really good relationships with Forbes and Sports Business Journal and ESPN and NBC Sports who have looked at us as a go-to to get data and information about what this information means and how to interpret it for the industry.
If you could just talk a little bit about competition. We've seen a lot of companies, claiming that they can do this. I don't know necessarily that they can, but is it a crowded space? A lot of other people looking to do what you're doing, and what separates you?
Yeah, so the most common place where we get confused is social listening. There's elements of what we do that are social listening, but if you look at the sport graph that we've created, we're tracking 100% of what all those entities post and do in social and digital. So we're able to analyze all that content in ways that social listening tools can't. They're typically looking for hashtags, mentions, keywords, but what they're missing and losing out on is all the content itself and what can be analyzed for logos and branded content. There are some newer upstarts that have come into the space recently that are claiming to do valuation and similar types of things. We've been doing this now for 5 years, and we actually were heavy in sponsorship and athlete marketing before that. So we've completely developed the system to be sponsorship specific and all around quantifying sponsorship value.
So I've had several, to pile onto that question a little bit, to add on. So I've had firms come to me before with previous companies saying, doing similar things, and it's not quite as sophisticated, it sounds like, as what you're doing, and it wasn't sports-centric, but they would come to us and say, we looked everywhere, here's all the impressions you got, here's all the hashtags you got, that equates to X million dollars of marketing spend. I always felt like that was half a loaf.
Yeah.
Like, okay, so I'm supposed to feel great about it because I didn't spend any money and I got $10 million of alleged value. I still didn't understand really no one ever translated that to any kind of return metric that would have helped me make a decision about where to spend money. So are you guys different?
Yeah, do you want me to show you a product example?
I was thinking that might be the next slide, but you didn't get to, but you can pay me later with a different valuation metric if we continue.
Perfect.
Go ahead.
Okay, so this is an EPL team, and this is what one of our standard dashboards look like.
Right.
So this is, in this particular case, we were tracking every single professional player on the team and the team itself. We also have the ability to geofence the venues to find fan content, also track all the media and other activities, hashtagging, mentioning.
Okay.
In this one case, we looked at just what the players and team were driving in value for two sponsors. So what this report shows is, first, there's 2,300 posts analyzed, and I'll point out that this is only for 1 month.
Right.
2,300 posts were analyzed, 351 million interactions. So interactions are likes, comments, shares, retweets, video views. And then when we crawled those 2,300 posts for promotion of the two sponsors, which in this case were Nike and Qatar, 577 posts had value. Those posts drove 106 million interactions and ultimately netted out $100 million in earned media value. So on the valuation methodology, the one thing I'll point out is this is an engagement-based methodology. We do track impressions, but in our world, that's more assumptive.
Right.
We want this to be a data-driven, bottoms-up, who engaged and took action with the content and the posts. That's what we're valuing.
Right. That's what I was hoping you were going to try to get to, because impressions are drive-bys a lot of times, right? You're saying you're measuring active engagement.
Active engagement.
And then if I'm the sponsor in this case, the earned media value means more to me than, because you're taking the more passive activity out of the picture.
Right, yeah, we have the ability to report on impressions, but we consistently drive people towards engagement, because that's how you can really monitor what content and who's engaging with what.
Right.
So the next layer deeper here is...
Yeah, please go another layer deeper for me, Scott.
So this is how the value broke out for both of the sponsors. So
right.
Keep in mind, this is 2 sponsors in 1 month, so soccer globally is obviously massive.
Yeah.
And this is showing there's 467 posts that had value for Qatar, 76.8 million interactions on those posts. Promotion quality, 78%. They have, and in Nike's case, it was 64%. But the reason why Qatar is the actual jersey logo,
yeah, right.
and Nike has the smaller swoosh.
Yep.
And then to take one layer deeper, this is everybody from the team down to the player level of who drove value.
I promise we didn't set this up, guys, but that was going to be my next question, actually. So, is there an opportunity to scale the business then, and maybe you already have, because I think when you reference 500,000 entities, you were including athletes as well who you're tracking. Can you scale the business to where you're going to the individual athlete to help them understand their brand value And, you know, if you've got some of the guys on Barcelona who are, you know, everyone follows Messi, let's say, like, he should, like, how do you help him monetize it? Or are your only customers the companies and sponsors? Is it Qatar and Nike, or is it Lionel Messi too?
It's everybody. If you're
Okay.
buying or selling sponsorship, you have to understand the value that's being created.
Right, but can you help Lionel Messi make more money for himself being a good, if he has all these followers, and can you have him as a customer?
Yes. So we
Do you now?
We haven't gotten to him yet.
But I mean, do you have athletes as customers now, or
Yes.
just companies?
Typically, it's agents.
Right.
So, you know, the agents will come to us and we'll set up dashboards just like that where they can monitor what's happening with all their athletes. We've been more focused on the brands and the properties to start, but it's definitely an athlete tool.
So if I were to ask a person I recently met who's one of the top 2 NBA agents who might be here today, he would find this really valuable for his athletes in theory, correct?
I'd hope so if he wants to sell more sponsorship.
He's right there.
Yeah, so when we have...
Can you repeat the question just so everyone can hear it too? Sorry, Scott.
If we are consulting an athlete, do we have ways to help them grow their follower base and drive more engagement? Yep. So it all starts with providing the initial benchmark data so they know at least where they're at. And then we have what we call evaluation assessments, where we show them which posts are driving the most value, the most engagement, what time of day to post. So we provide all that up to them. And this is actually an example here. So those 2,300 posts that we tracked, and then the 577 that had value, all 577 live on this page. So you can literally track every single post, see which platform it was posted to, how much value it generated, what the promotion quality was. So the whole intent is that we're coaching the industry on how to do a better job of promoting in social to ultimately drive more brand sponsorship value.
So, quick question. Megan with Genesco, and we have used your services with one of our clients. Very happy with the engagement tracking, very happy with the results. So I think you've got a good company. But what's your methodology? What's different than Nielsen Repucom? I mean, I know that they're not tracking social, or they are, but you're very focused on the social conversation. But what's the difference in the methodology, if any?
So they're assumptive based, and we're engagement based, is the root of it. And because it's assumptive, they're taking some arbitrary metrics into account that we don't. We look straight at engagement and what the actual data shows, and that's what we put values on.
Okay.
So this was one example of just on an athlete. So Cristiano Ronaldo is the #1 athlete in the world. He has 253 million followers and drove 2.2 billion engagements last year just by himself. So Forbes has been writing articles all year long about the value that Ronaldo drives and that he's really his own media property. And right after he did his $1 billion lifetime deal, we put this article, or this data in front of Forbes, and they subsequently wrote a follow-up article suggesting he's underpaid.
He was underpaid at $1 billion.
So this is value in 1 year.
Can you walk us through an example of how an individual or a brand has used this and tailored their campaign or their approach to marketing based on your data?
Yeah, so we just did a long-term partnership with Major League Soccer, or actually some. So what we're doing for them is we're tracking league-wide sponsorship value across MLS, US Soccer, CONCACAF, and the Mexican national team. So there's 25 sponsors or so in each of those different leagues, so we're tracking year-long value for that. And then they also have specific campaigns that they do outside of signage and other things where they're doing actual targeted social campaigns, and we're tracking the value of all those, like AT&T Goal of the Week.
Do you track sentiment at all? Because you've gone from impressions to engagements, but say if I'm United Airlines and I sponsored something, they might have high numbers yesterday, but pretty sure it's not going to be too positive.
Yep.
Do you have a way of filtering out like the positive impact versus negative?
Marketing.
Yeah, really bad free marketing.
Yes, we do provide sentiment as well. So it typically hasn't been requested that much, surprisingly. I think right now people are just trying to understand and have a benchmark to be able to compare their athletes or teams or events. But there is we do provide sentiment analysis as well when it comes down to picking one athlete versus another. that has equal value.
Got some great questions. What's our thoughts here?
Who's your top 10 customers right now?
Monster Energy, oh, well, I should probably not do that. I will, happy to talk you through it offline.
Monster
Smart man.
Energy.
We've got about 75.
And right now you're predicted at 4 to 4.5?
Yeah.
I mean, approximately,
Yeah.
right?
So double
And then
last year.
what do you feel like your growth pattern is after that?
Yeah, I'd love to take you through, obviously I don't know who's watching, so would love to take you through that offline, but
Okay.
you know, this is going to turn into a really meaningful company in short order.
Okay.
What was the answer to the question about the 3 million? I'm having a senior moment.
Sales support, marketing.
Yeah,
people,
sales, client development, some continued product innovation. I can tell you what we're looking for is we have, of the 3 million, we do have commitments from some of our existing investors. We also have some strategics that are interested that are more passive follow-around investors. And what we're really looking for is an institutional lead to take down a meaningful portion of the round.
How much, it seems like there's been kind of 2 iterations of the company, and what we're looking at is the last 24 months. How much of the revenue to date has been, or the income to date has been driven in the last 2 months, or 2 years, excuse me?
So, so this year, 2/3 of our revenue will come from this.
I really like it. I like what you're doing. I like where it's headed. I think there's a big addressable world out there for you. I'd have to do more homework to get to a, $15 to $20 million valuation at this stage. That's my hesitation. And I'd want to be a little more convinced, and I realize we'll do it in a separate meeting, you and I can follow up. I'd want to go deeper on what the 3 million's for, because I feel like you're going to be, if the numbers are right, you should be more self-funding in 17 and 18, and I probably wouldn't raise as much. I wouldn't think you'd need to raise as much, and I'm stuck on the valuation a little bit. But happy to do more work with you. I love what you're doing.
Yeah, no, that'd be great. So as I mentioned, it's really all sales and client development. Our sales team's actually pretty small right now.
Right.
So all of this progress has come from 4 people on the sales side.
Okay.
Anybody else?
Thanks.
All right, well.
Sorry to.
Sure.
Just got a text message. Michael, one of our sponsors from Football Co., did you want to potentially invest in this?
Yeah, we would have a really strong appetite for this.
Okay.
We have institutional relationships. We would love to be involved in the whole round.
Fantastic. So we'll talk after at the social. Fantastic.
Thank you.
All right. We'll continue this further. Great job. Thank you. Scott Tilton from Hook It. Thank you, Scott. All right, next up from Reading, the CEO of Chimera, Tim Brownstone. Tim, come on down. Chimera is a developer of performance and recovery sportswear that is environmentally friendly. Tim, 3 minutes are on the clock. Your sports tank pitch begins now.
Chimera was founded to disrupt the traditional model of medical innovation. Our products enabled us to commercialize on the sportswear market first, which has meant that we've been generating revenue since day one. The first products are a range of infrared sportswear that, for an athlete, act like a turbocharger does on a car, increasing tissue oxygen levels by up to 20%, allowing the user to push harder, go further, and recover quicker from injury and fatigue. But it doesn't stop there. The same biological mechanisms actually enable an increase in circulation and a pain relief response, which has allowed our products to transcend into the medical market as well. And we now also work with healthcare clinics to treat chronic disorders such as arthritis, Raynaud's disease, and also work with stroke victims. Today, we have customers on every continent around the world. We have 10 clinical trials published on our technology, which has got medical status in the EU and Australasia, and recently the FDA signed off on our circulation claims. Importantly, this has resulted in a growing and recurring revenue stream. I apologize, that is in pounds, not dollars.
Okay.
So to add more credence to the earlier investment, the market is huge, 300 billion globally, 144 in our primary markets, and 59 billion in our addressable market. My background is in biology as a photobiologist, and I also competed to an international level as a junior. My CTO, Phil, came from a previous venture in the audio technology space where they co-branded with MTV. And we have a growing BD and R&D team, which leads me on to what's now. Now that the infrared products are transcending into the medical market, we're taking the concepts of our infrared technology and we're making it active. So we're now developing FiberCore, which is a method of energy harvesting from the body by embedding electronics into yarns. This is enabling us to power an entire industry which is currently being inhibited by battery technologies. Within 3 months of us publicly announcing our R&D, we already had commitments from 6 companies looking to integrate our prototypes at the earliest possible opportunity and paying for them. To give you an example, as proof of concept, we developed this: 5 LEDs, which we embedded into our FiberCore yarn, and then wove using standard weaving techniques to create a fabric. An illustration of the model where our R&D produces the initial products, which we then commercialize through the sportswear brand, which generates initial revenue and validation data for the medical side, giving 2 distinct product strands. It's important to us that we were able to grow sustainably rather than having to continually rely on top-ups for our R&D. So today, Chimera is enabling our customers to push the limits of human performance. We're extending careers and changing lives. And one day, we hope to save them too.
Right on the nose. Good job, Tim. Thank you. All right, who's up first?
I talked too much in the last one.
So can you tell me a little bit more about the way the infrared works with the muscles and the benefits of it?
Yeah, so essentially the infrared is created because we embed specifically selected minerals into our yarns. And those basically convert a wavelength, so taking shorter wavelength energy and then re-emit a longer in the infrared spectrum. And that penetrates about 4 centimeters into soft tissue, and it causes a host of reactions, such as an increase in circulation, pain relief responses, as I mentioned earlier, increases in tissue oxygen levels. And actually, we had a study done at the University of Calgary where they found that the efficiency of respiration was also improved by, I think it was 1.8%. So the muscles were achieving the same level of work while consuming less oxygen.
And then, is that interaction going on as you're exercising, or how long does that go on after you've completed your exercise?
Yeah, so most of the benefits, due to the chemical reactions that take place, they have quite short half-lives, so the chemicals break down. So for example, if you're wearing a top, it's not going to increase the circulation in your toes. However, some of the lasting benefits, such as returning your muscles to a more optimum form, they do stay afterwards. So the direct performance enhancement would stop once you were taking the garments off. But what you see in a longitudinal period of time is because you're able to increase your capacity to work by putting more work down during training or competition, and then recovering quicker so that you can go out at a higher level the next time round, you see an overall improvement in performance.
Who are your existing customers right now? Who are you selling this to?
So we started within sort of the elite sports space, working with rowers, cyclists, and triathletes. Now in our domestic market back in the UK, we have players in 2/3 of the Premiership and Championship football, and the same for rugby. And then in terms of what we're focusing here in the US, we're looking into institutional sales, so predominantly the professional and college teams.
We touched on this earlier with a different company, but do you have any studies or data to back up the claims?
Yeah, so we've got 10 studies that have already been published. Another one that has just the white paper's just been finished being written up and has been submitted for publication. And then we have 3 further ongoing trials. The one that I'm most excited about is one being hosted by St. Mary's University, and they're actually studying whether exercise-induced muscle damage is being reduced while wearing our products. If you'd like to see them, it's all on a Dropbox. I'm happy to share it.
Thank you.
Anybody else? So we have a co-brand for esports based in North Carolina, but we are the only people doing this with this form of infrared technology. There are some competitors. So for example, Under Armour recently released an infrared line with Tom Brady for their sleepwear. And essentially what sets us apart from them is that they achieve theirs through coating a finish onto the fabric. And unfortunately that washes out over time. Whereas because we embed the minerals within our yarns, they're trapped there and they can never wash out. And actually, if you go onto Under Armour's website and you click on the link to the paper that validates their technology, that's done on our technology. So it wasn't even from their product. They both sit at similar levels. So, for example, our tops come in at retail about $100, and theirs are roughly the same.
Question over here. What do you know about your customer base? In terms of, you've identified the different markets, but what do you know about your customers?
So we have, sort of broadly speaking, 3 separate strands. So the elite side is coming in, for us that varies from Olympic gold medalists down to sort of a serious weekend competitor, so for example a triathlete. Our midsection, which is more of your mass market side, the demographics there lying between sort of mid-20s to, it used to be mid-30s, but we've now seen that extend up to sort of the late 40s, early 50s. The split between gender is pretty even at this point. We do see differences in which products are being purchased the most, on a gender base. And then the tertiary market, which is what I mentioned in the medical field, that is completely self-established. We haven't had the money, because we've been a bootstrap company, we haven't had the money to put into the marketing on that side. That has come through partnerships with physical therapists, chiropractors, doctors, who are either stocking or recommending our products directly to their patients. And on that side, we have, for example, 90-year-old women wearing it to help treat arthritis.
Several questions for you. Do you see the largest potential growth in the medical field or the sporting goods field?
In the immediate short term, the largest growth for us is going to be in the sporting side. In the longer term applications, I think the medical market has a further reach. So next 3 years, sportswear. Thereafter, that's where we see a larger growth coming from the medical side.
Okay, and you use the number in here, it says 87,000, but I assume it's pounds, because most of it's done in pounds here for last year's sales. Mm-hmm. And you show next year's sales at 1 million pounds. Yep. Are you keeping the same number of styles and stock keeping units, or are you increasing?
No, so we're actually, we've just started a new product release phase, so we've released 1 of 13 new products. One of them, which is coming out at the end of the month, is our new cycle range, which has 2 variants, men's and women's styles in each. If you want to see, you're welcome to.
Do you know how many stock keeping units you're going to have next year?
Sorry?
Do you know how many stock keeping units, colors and sizes?
So right now, coming from the 13 new products, we then have 5 sizes stocked per product, and then currently we have 32 SKUs that have already been issued. Yep, so all of the black base layers are made in the UK. All of the cycle wear is coming from Spain, and all of our socks come from Italy. And the reason that we have different factories is so that we don't want to put all our nests in one basket. If one factory causes a delay, it means that the others can continue independently. And we've then got backup factories that are in place for when we need to scale rapidly.
What's the duty into the United States, you know?
I think it's 12%.
Can you talk a little bit about the regulatory hurdles you think you're going to face, at least in the U.S.? Is there any precedent in terms of what class of medical device this might qualify as, things like that?
Yeah. So obviously on the sporting side, that is unregulated, which is why that's been such a fantastic starting point for us, because while we do have a ton of clinical validation, it meant we could go out there from the start with purely anecdotal evidence. In terms of the regulatory side, we're pushing for Class 2. And actually, the level of FDA approval we have already for the circulation claims, while it's only for one of a whole heap of claims, we're the first textile-based technology to ever achieve that.
It's a beautiful garment you got there.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Would you like to buy one? Or pass the company even?
We never made one like this. I just never seen one. Nice.
So right now, what you'd actually be experiencing, if you wrapped your hands up in it, we could actually, if we had a microscope, we could show you your capillaries would start popping open as the circulation actually increases in your hand, which is something that's really valuable for us when we're at trade shows and things, because we can actually show a real-time demonstration of the technology working in front of the customer's eyes.
And what's the process for making the garment?
Is it, it sounds like a kind of a scientific process. Can it be mass produced like any other?
Oh yeah, so in terms of the infrared yarn, that is that's on mass production already. Essentially what we do is we add the minerals during what's called the extrusion process. So a man-made fiber like a polyester or a nylon, it starts out as a molten resin. And as that's drawn out into a yarn or a fiber, we blow those minerals into the molten resin as it sets, which traps them there. In terms of the e-textiles, which I mentioned is what we've started working on in our R&D, right now that's at a stage where we're hand soldering. So for example, the LEDs here were hand soldered onto the core of our fabric. So the next 24 months we're focusing on getting that production process into an automated and scalable approach.
If you had to ballpark the amount of revenue you think you guys have to put from sales on the sporting side into the medical side in order to get that fully through the FDA approval process, is that it? Are you putting all your eggs in that basket? Are you assuming that there will be some failures on the regulatory side? I'm curious about, the business model is really interesting to me. It's clearly new and I don't know about it, so I'm curious.
So right now on the infrared side, in terms of scaling that further into the medical, we have slowed down that just because the main goal for me was actually on wound dressings and wound healing. That's my academic background. To do that is beyond our reach. We're looking at 1.5 to 2 million worth of capital just to get that to a finishing point. In terms of where we are with the current medical applications, that actually falls into more of a health and wellness versus a regulated. So providing we stay within the claims that have already been approved by either the FDA and the Advertising Standards Agency, we're safe, to operate within that. In terms of what we're putting into our R&D into the e-textile side, which again, that will go towards medical applications and smart garments, over the next 24 months, we're looking at an expenditure of between £300,000 and £500,000. And that currently is being 70% funded by the UK government, which has allowed us to accelerate the process a lot quicker.
Investors, you guys have had a chance to do the field test. What do you guys think?
I think it's a really interesting product and an interesting kind of spin on this performance apparel. It's something I haven't seen before, and I think there's definitely a marketplace for this.
Great. Let's talk later.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I think it's every bit as good as the product we saw about two gentlemen before. I think that this is a much broader range. The other one was strictly into workout gear. This has a far larger scope, and potential to be a much bigger brand.
Does that mean you're willing to put in twice the amount of money?
Manager of the Pacers is my investment advisor.
No, but we do have some M&A ideas for you that we'll discuss. We have some.
I think it's something that warrants. Further. I think it's got a lot of upside potential to it. I really do. I think it's it's a well-made product. It's got great technology behind it, and it's got a large potential use in sports and health.
In medicine.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Yeah, and you're excellent on your feet.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
There was no question that we asked you that you couldn't answer, and very, very composed. It's clear that you've spent, you know your product, you know the market, and you know what you're trying to accomplish. So, good work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Much appreciated.
All right, we'll continue this conversation. Tim Brownstone, thank you very much from Chimera. All right, up next from San Francisco, California, the CEO of UStake, Frank DeGeorge. UStake is an event registration portal for players and crowdfunding marketplace for their fans. 3 minutes are on the clock, Frank. Your sports tank pitch begins now.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Frank, founder and CEO of UStake. UStake is the first marketplace that lets fans invest in their favorite sports players and share in the winnings. I remember one day I was watching the World Series of Poker on ESPN. They were showing the final table, and this kid who was about to win millions of dollars, he only had something like 20% of his action. At the time, I had no idea what this meant. But now I know that nearly everyone, or half the players in the World Series, sell their action in the tournaments. I then realized that in other sports, like golf, for example, players were selling equity. This is when we realized that nearly every sports and tournament competition starts with staking. But there's a major problem with the staking landscape today. There's so many moving pieces, from access to talent to payment collection, contracts, payout of winnings, that one thing remains true. From the players who need capital to compete, to the fans who want more than just content, and the operators who are hosting and running these events, that financing competitions is highly disconnected. And that's why we created UStake. With UStake, operators link their upcoming events to our platform, players create custom campaigns, and their fans support the players with capital. We take care of the entire back-end process with our proprietary technology, so that way the customers can just enjoy the journey. And we've proven that this model works. In our first year, we had more than $2 million in offerings. Then, in our second year, we grew to $7 million in offerings, and our user base had grown more than 4 times. So every year in golf, poker, and esports, there's over 250,000 competitive events. Everything from free-to-play to $1 million entry fee tournaments. And when you combine the prizes and sponsorship across just these 3 sports, that represents $10 billion annually. Our team is the first to truly create a viable sports staking marketplace. With multiple exits and $1 billion in company valuations, we are the team to take this company to scale, to dominate this market, and we're on a sustainable path to achieve $100 million in gross annual revenue in the future. We've been profitable since we've been generating revenue, since day one. We take roughly 10% of every transaction on the marketplace, and we're here today so we can achieve that revenue goal, seeking $650,000 to achieve the next major milestones. So can you imagine, just wrap up, can you imagine how incredible it would be if you could support your favorite players, if you could share in those unique experiences?
Time's up.
And if the player wins, if you could win as well. Thank you.
That pause hurts you. If you didn't have that pause, you wouldn't. No, great job. Great job. Investors, what do we think?
I think you got something good going on here. You've taken an existing business and improved it with software. And this has been going on for a while. Talking about poker, golf, tennis. I'm sure there's esports. There's plenty of tournament-based, endeavors where people, invest in other teams. I think you've done a good job of taking software and making that more accessible and more transparent.
Thank you.
You mentioned 31 million projected sales. That's GMV, I assume, right?
So when we talk about listings is one thing versus actual purchases is another. We talk about the 100 million, that's gross revenue in the future. So the revenue comes from, just so I can clarify.
But that's not your revenue. You're raking off of that, right?
We take 10%, right?
And then what's the breakdown of that? How much of that's driven by the crowdfunding? How much of that's driven by the ticketing elements, things like that?
Yep. Life to date, a majority of that's through the crowdfunding. But this year, we just started some new partnerships where we've done the entire process, from the online registration to the crowdfunding for the players and for the operators to the payouts of the winnings.
I have something else. Our fund is actually an investor in UStake. Frank, great job.
Thank you.
2 questions. If you could tell us, how big is the total market for UStake in the future? What's the total addressable market?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good question. I mentioned the $10 billion in prizes and sponsorship. Again, that's just across those 3 different sports. Really, when you look at our total addressable, it's how many can we get through online registration versus how many players are actually selling action, which we estimate it's about 50% across the sports. And then, of course, there's the B2B plays that we're working on now, which are white label products, because there's customers that come to us that want their brand, their logos, but they still want to offer these different types of crowdfunding registration to their fans.
And as far as partnerships, I know we've talked in the past, but I don't have an update on partnerships. You were working on them. Are there any big ones out there, or what do you see as a key partner for UStake going forward?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that our focus has been primarily in esports and skilled games, but our technology scales across all sports. In terms of partnerships, I mean, we've haven't publicly announced yet, but we're working with 2 of the top 3 game publishers in some capacity, whether it's doing a fully crowdfunded event, which we're really excited about, or it's doing online registrations, so that's one. We were just recently approached by someone who's trying to host the largest tournament series ever in one of the skilled games in terms of entry fee and prize pool, so we'll likely close that deal as well this year.
So I think we'd be remiss not to get input from Leslie, the co-founder of Fendel. So I'd love to hear her thoughts on everything that's going on.
Yeah, and Jason Robbins is a investor and advisor in our company.
To your point earlier, when you said you're watching the World Series of Poker, you didn't realize that people could do this. I'm sure not many people do realize that this happens. Mm-hmm. How have you driven the demand so far, and how do you intend to increase that going forward?
Yeah, so primarily it's been organic growth. We have tested some marketing channels.
Organic, so they find you through Google search or what?
So
word of mouth, what are we talking about?
It's kind of like we focus on player marketing, right? So we focus on the big names for one aspect of it. So within poker, we were really successful in the beginning of getting 5 world champions right away on our platform, using it, sharing it on social media, talking about it at the poker tables. When it comes to esports, same thing. We're talking with some of the top names in esports teams and players and influencers, and it's the same thing. So they broadcast on Twitch and they talk about this is an event. You can receive more than just content. You can get unique experiences. You can share all these different things. So that's been the focus that works. Another channel for us that we've been testing and think gets us the longer term growth is with partnerships, with the B2B operators, with the people who are actually hosting these events. So not that it's happening right now, but if anyone is listening, someone like the PGA Tour, for example, on the golf side, or someone, that's actually running these events. Obviously, the U.S. Golf Classic is something that we'd love to do sometime in the near future as well. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, my experience is that there's no silver bullet with this kind of thing, and relying on strategic partnerships maybe isn't the way forward. And it would be, I think, my concern would be that you're overly reliant on the poker players and their circle. How do you expand beyond that?
Yeah, and that's, again, we haven't done a lot of traditional advertising, but we think that would work. I mean, DFS is a good example of that, like sports talk radio has true, the listeners that are listening to that could be potential customers of ours because they're rabid fans and they want that deeper engagement. So we'd love to test some channels like that.
Okay.
At its core, are you a crowdfunding business? Are you a ticketing platform? Are you an event dashboard? How would you describe yourself?
I would
as simply as possible.
I mean, as simply as possible. My second slide, financing competitions is highly disconnected. That's the problem today. You can use things like, and I know I'm going to go a roundabout way, but you can use what they do today is, Kickstarter, GoFundMe to crowdfund. They use PayPal or Stripe for payments. They use the same thing for the back-end process. None of those talk, right? So for us, what we're basically becoming is the one-stop shop for that entire process. For anything that involves any type of sport, whether you're just registering or you need to raise capital, you need the payouts, you need the results, that all comes through USAKE. That's our vision.
I have a question, I think following up to Leslie's a little bit as well. As you think about the ultimate scalability of this as you're expanding beyond your current ecosystem and otherwise, do people who come in here sort of already have to have an objective or a player or something in mind? Are you providing any guidance or advice, similar to when you play fantasy, there's guides or there's insight on this is what's going on, this some context and background or advice? Is that something you do now or something that you plan to do in the future, sort of, again, attract more of a larger, potentially more casual user base of kind of providing more context around the activity?
Yeah, so I think the first part of your question, it does typically come from a first or second degree connection.
Yeah.
But to the next part of your question, the data and the analytics are important to us. So the way that we frame it is, it's fun, it's engaging, but you can also make money. So if we're providing that opportunity, we also provide the data behind it. You know, what is the player's historical winnings? Like, what does this actually look like in terms
Yeah,
of the
because this is a
competition?
little bit, like at least where you are right now is a little bit more niche, whereas like in football and other things, there's a lot of stats and readily available information to like help people make informed decisions on, you know, who do I want to, you know, spend money or stake or otherwise, whereas again, if it's a specific, you know, e-sport or poker or things that are just a little bit more nascent, whether you're providing like appropriate context for a casual user or kind of a new user to come in and be able to compete like knowledgeably.
Right, right. Yeah, I mean, we try to make it simple, so I
Yeah.
guess check out the website and see.
Yeah.
How do you value the business in terms of looking at it? Because you have something like On Deck Capital, which was kind of like crowdfunding and money and loans and that stuff, and they go public. But Kickstarters, they say they're never going to go public. Indiegogo's out there. So where do you see yourself, and do you see yourself growing out of purely the crowdfunding to become maybe even a media brand where you're actually throwing competitions and subsidizing? What's the end game for your stake?
So kind of like you know, exit opportunities for us. One thing that we've always said is it really depends on what market penetration we have across different sports. You know, within esports, it's very new to most people, but we all know that no esports, that publishers pretty much control the game. So there's an opportunity maybe for an exit there. Across different sports, so like golf and tennis, again, it's about the organizers, but it's also about the content creation. So maybe someone who produces a lot of content, like ESPN, for example, could be some type of exit for an acquisition. Beyond that, I mean, it depends on how big we grow. So, you know, generating hundreds of millions in revenue could potentially mean something like an IPO later on down the road. That's something we're open to. We're not closing doors on things like that this early.
In esports, we're seeing a move towards more institutionalization, franchising of league models, what Riot's doing, what Activision Blizzard's doing with Overwatch, where players it's going to be more of a pay to play instead of a pay to win industry. How do you see that affecting your business?
Yeah, well, pay to play is kind of our perfect fit, right? So if there is a cost to enter, whether
I'm saying the players are paid to play, like they are in the NBA and the NFL,
Yeah.
where the amount of money you make is not necessarily contingent upon how you finish,
Right.
but just for the fact that you're there.
Right, right.
So, you know, you look in the NBA, you know, the players, you get your salary, it doesn't really matter. You know, if you win the championship or not, the amount of additional money you're going to make for that is, you know, de minimis compared to your salary.
I mean, there's a way for us to facilitate that. If players are looking for different ways to monetize using us to attract new sponsors, you know, just some examples, I think that it actually plays to our favor rather than against us. So I don't know if anyone has interest. I mean, obviously, Mike will hopefully talk afterwards, but if anyone else has any questions.
Yeah, I'd love to talk. I'd love to talk
Yeah.
more about it. I think it's
Yeah,
interesting.
if you-
I like businesses where you take an existing business and improve it, just with
Yeah.
software, like I've said, and would love to hear more about
Yeah, I have
what you're doing and how you're going to grow.
Yeah, I have about 15 questions, so we don't have time for them tonight. So, like you touched on some of the stuff here, but if you can find me later, or I have a ton of questions, some of which are pretty tough questions, actually. So you're going to want a cocktail probably.
Absolutely, you got it. Buy your drink
But
later.
I think you're right. I mean, this is you've built a crowdfunding marketplace. The question is, how does it scale? What sports does it scale to? You have the concept of the fan who's an investor. But the reason you want data on the platform isn't because people can make money, it's because they can lose money. And the regulators have a very different view, and I'm not saying I agree with the view. The regulators have a very different view of these crowdfunding marketplaces, but you need to have data up there, to the question earlier, not because you're helping people make money, but because they could back someone who doesn't make any money at the tournament, and I'm assuming when they do that, they lost all their money, correct?
Right, yeah, so that's more of like the fintech
so
aspect of it.
You want the data there because they can lose money, not because they can make money.
Right.
Okay?
Yep, thank you.
But we
All
can
right.
talk later if you
All right, sounds good.
have questions.
All right, thank you. We'll continue the conversation. Good stuff, good stuff. Thank you, Frank. Frank DeGeorge from Ustake. All right, another of our international companies from Sao Paulo, Brazil, the co-founder of One Sports, Paulo Camargo. Come on down, Paulo. One Sports is an online and integrated analytics platform combining both big data and machine learning in health and sports. 3 minutes are on the clock, Paulo. Your sports tank pitch begins now.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Paulo Camargo, joined here by my partner, Fernando Endo. And this one here is our typical customer, Mauro. Mauro is a physical coach, a performance analyst, and he's used to work with the best equipment in the world, just like Catapult, to capture data. But he regrets that these data simply don't talk to each other. Mauro works with Excel spreadsheets, of course, to process and analyze this data, a very common situation, as we all know here. What if Mauro could have access to a comprehensive, customizable sports analytics platform capable of processing varied data from different equipments and empower his decisions and analysis with actionable insights? To Mauro and every professional working with high-performance athletes and teams, One Sports offers one core, the best user experience of an analytics and visualization platform for sports data that will then enable a proper bedrock on which artificial intelligence, machine learning, big data, and so on can then work on sports data. And this is what we're delivering to our customers in Brazil so far, a complete set of health and sports data coming from different sources that converge to a single cloud platform. We're proud to say that we've been working closely with and selling to some of the most famous and victorious sports teams in Brazil so far. To these customers, we built a business model in which we grant free access to some of our software solutions, sell equipment and gears with good to very good markups, and license softwares with high margins. As you can see here, we've been growing consistently along the last years, mainly in revenue and users base. And for 2017, we project an even better growth rate, especially in terms of new customers acquired. When it comes to our leadership team, we are a good mixture of both previous experiences and skills, with Alexandre in software, Fernando in hardware, and me in business development and funding. By the way, we do have government funding from Brazil of more than $800,000 to be invested within the next 24 months. Coming to the end, when you position One Sports at the devices market, we see we have a much more comprehensive offer of integrated solutions to market. And when we compare ourselves to providers of analytics, we see they are much more dependent on third-party solutions than we are today. Certainly, a very promising business opportunity for us to explore together. Thank you.
All right, Paulo, good job. Thank you.
Come on over, Fernando.
Who wants to jump in first?
So it looks like you've got a nice dashboard there, which is obviously better than a bunch of Excel sheets. Where are you getting the data from?
From our own devices. We have our own devices, our own hardware, and we are also strategically integrating to some partners.
So is that with the teams? Are they giving you data?
Well, we sell our devices to them to track data, and then we work with them analyzing this data.
And
go ahead.
You've got 12 tech solutions. That seems busy.
Yeah.
Do you limit your market by, it seems like this is for an elite professional athlete.
Yeah.
Is there a consumer application for this, or is it merely?
We actually work with some gym clubs in Brazil, mostly with our heart rate monitoring device per groups, but that's it. That's it for gyms. Our main focus is elite teams, mainly soccer, and then volleyball, indoor football, soccer, and so on.
So is the focus to grow within Brazil first and then move to the US, or do you not need the US market, or are you coming US first?
Good question. Thank you for that. Well, actually, with our current money, we can't simply go away from Brazil. We have to expand there. We want to consolidate our position then and then expand to Latin America and maybe come into the US, where we will find a much more competitive market. But we are negotiable in these terms. We can, of course, discuss this and bring this operation here and then deliver to our customers there. We're open to discuss it.
Right.
So you raised 300,000 in September of 15. You grossed 143 last year, and you net was 91. That's pretty good.
Excuse me?
In terms of the numbers,
Yeah.
in terms of here. Why do you need the money if you're expanding just now? And
Yeah, all the money.
My follow-on to that too is like if you're raising that much money, yet you're projecting $200,000 for this year, which isn't as big of a leap
Yeah.
from that. So I'm just trying to get a sense of what you're doing with the cash.
Yeah. All the money we are raising is for research and development. We have almost nothing in terms of our customer-facing teams. So this money is going entirely to build our sales and distribution team, marketing team, sports scientists team, which we don't have. So this is the money what it's for. Anybody else?
So who are the ideal partners for you?
Well, in terms of technology, we're in advanced discussions with some strategic partnerships. One of them is a important heart rate monitoring device all around the world. Another one of them is a thermography analytics software and camera. So when it comes to technology, this is the kind of partnership that we want to build. When it comes to teams and customers, we are really working hard to establish partnerships with our national teams in Brazil, and then have our technology showcased by them, validated by them, and this is the kind of example that sells in Brazil and Latin America, so that's what we are planning to do with these strategic partnerships.
So for me, there's a lot of smart stuff here, but I go back to something I was told a while ago. I've never seen an early stage company fail for being too focused. And when I see 12 things over here and 3 things over here, there's just a lot to take in.
Yeah.
And so I'm getting a full grasp of it. And I'm sure you have proprietary stuff, but I don't know what that center of gravity is in terms of how. So maybe if you start with like jump, go all in and dump and go and jump, and like, wow, people like jump want speed as long as they do it and grow that way versus kind of like boiling the ocean. But again, you know more about this than I do, but that's the kind of thing I'm wrestling with.
Yeah, but that's a good question. Well, that's obviously something that some of you would ask. And to be honest with you, we always believed we were really good in software. And that's what we really focused on in the last years. But we have a brilliant guy here who leads our hardware team, and we work very closely to our clients, to our customers. And when we come to them, they always say, we need that, can you develop it to us? And this is how we began to developing things for them and grow this family of products that we have. So we still believe that software, the analytics, the API management suite that we have is still our hardcore, but that's exactly these hardwares that are bringing all these ecosystems that can turn us into something different in this market.
Do me a favor, help me out here. What's the end result of utilizing your program for an athlete or for a team? If I plug this in, what will my end result be, or what would be the hope for the end result to be? What would the success be? What would you help me do?
Well, it would be to enhance performance of both the athletes and the team as a whole. Like other startups, we're currently working with individualized level of coaching and analysis. But to be honest with you, we still think there's ground for us to put some context in the data that is being tracked. For example, GPS data is always big data, is a huge amount of data, but it isn't necessarily rich data. So we're trying to label, tag, and flag this data with context that would make sense today or in the future for the coach, for the physical therapist, for the doctor, and so on.
So you see it more for a team or an individual? Where would you?
For teams, especially in our market in Brazil, we don't see it being sold to a pro athlete. He won't have condition to buy it, but the whole team will.
So obviously we're in this space in Catapult and certainly understand the opportunity in the market. I think you picked a great market to be in. I think the challenge that some of the investors are kind of struggling with is each of those individual hardwares have their own set, and even the software and analytics have their own set of competitors, some of which are pretty well funded. And so the ambition of going after all of it, while you could kind of say, you could make a better heart rate strap, you can make a better GPS device, you can make a better timing gate, a better jump technology, to do all of it simultaneously is a pretty big undertaking. And so I think my recommendation, kind of even putting aside my Catapult hat, would say, really focus, as you said, on the analytics and the software element, because that's what everybody needs, regardless of how good the hardware is. But think about, as they kind of mentioned, think about one hardware you think is differentiated. Because if you don't have that, it kind of becomes a me too. And teams, having worked with them around the world, very few of them are going to sign up for the entire package, because they're going to want, hey, I've heard about this one that's a little bit better. So really what the focus needs to be around the analytics, but it's helpful to have some level of hardware component that feeds into it, so the data comes from that. But to me, as I read through this, it just feels very, very ambitious to try to nail all of those things simultaneously. So my recommendation, honestly, would just say, think about what you feel like is better than what you see out there, and really nail that. Because I think you run the risk of diluting your efforts too much and trying to do too much of each of those individual hardwares and the software component, and you're going to burn through that capital pretty quickly.
Thanks for that, Brian. You're right. We are very close to our customers. Some of them are your customers as well. And your approach to Brazil was very good to us because it's opened the market for us. And we are, to be honest with you, we are learning from your solution with them, evolving from your solution with them, learning which or where are the gaps of your solution, and then trying to evolve from it. And when it comes to that, your GPS is the best in the world, of course. Polar is the best hard device, monitoring device in the world. But what they really want is to integrate your technology to Polar, and it is impossible for Brazilians today. So this is the kind of thing that we are trying to do and differentiate ourselves in the market. Thank you for that.
All right, anything else? We good? Paulo, very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Paulo on One Sports. All right, our final company tonight here at Sports Tank from Santa Monica, California, representing Atleto, Patrick Lundgren, and Ulrich Janssen. Atleto is a free social sports platform that connects athletes where they can host and participate in sports or activities. 3 minutes are up on the clock. Patrick and Ulrich, Sports Tank pitch starts now.
Hi, everyone. My name is Patrick Lundgren. I'm the founder of Atleto. I bet everyone here can relate to being amped up, ready to do their favorite sports and not having anyone to do it with. Or being with all of your favorite friends, ready to do your favorite pickup game, and then someone cancels last minute. I've been living that for 20 years. It's very frustrating to be the guy that sets up all these sports activities, and coordinates them, and spends hours and hours setting everything up, and then it just ends up being time-consuming and a hassle. That's why I came up with the idea of Atleto. It's a simple community that brings people together based on sports preference, your location, and skill level. And then we enabled a group functionality that makes it easy for everyone to coordinate and communicate within groups. So you have basically both dimensions covered. We think that sport is not today a one-thing activity. You do multiple sports. That's why we on Atleto have 40 different sports represented. So we are a one-stop shop for sport. And we want to really stress out that we're trying to connect people based on what I said, skill level, and really creating the best compatible match. We have 3 target markets that we're going for. We call it the 3 C's, corporations, colleges, and club partnerships. Already now, we were in discussion with a lot of schools that really gravitate towards our idea because it's so simple and people understand the value proposition of it right off. Especially intramural recreational departments love the idea of bringing a much more digital platform into the students, and that's the best way of really engaging them. We just made a new deal 2 days ago with our club partnership, bringing 15,000 of their users from their Facebook group to our Atleto platform. It's a brand called Xterra. We're really looking at 4 initial revenue streams, which are trainer to user. We want to build white label solutions for corporations. We're going to do targeted and sponsored marketing on our app because we have so much data from our users. And then we're going to do what we call it an Atleto membership, which is basically a membership that gives you access to clubs and venues and fields across all the sports that you like. And we're going to charge a monthly fee on that in the beginning. But it really... Time's up.
I know you're just at the end, but...
But I'm the last one. Don't I get a little longer? I've been waiting there for an hour.
You have been waiting.
So I just initially, finally want to say we want to raise $500,000 for 6% equity, and let's sport together.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, Patrick.
Can you clarify money invested to date? So what I have here shows each of the 3 leading partners each invested $250. Is that right?
Sorry, say that again?
How much have you guys invested?
So in total, there's been external investors for $500,000.
Okay.
We ourselves, as partners, has invested directly $100,000 into the business. Then on top of that, of course, we were based in Copenhagen initially, but the US will be our target market and is our target market. And so we sort of needed to move over to the US, and so you can say there's all the other factors going into that, no salaries for 2 years, and the living expenses setting up, moving over the family. But $100,000 directly into the business.
Okay.
When is it going to launch?
It has been launched. So it was launched in the middle of last year in the App Store, and has also come into Google Play since then. So we launched there in the middle of last year, where we sort it as a soft launch to get a lot of information and data about our user and the product to enhance the product even further. And we have used that initial data from our users to improve the product even further. And now we believe we have a very strong product offering after making quite some changes to it after the initial launch. And we're sort of now ready to really go on with the launch, where we're targeting these 3 C's, which is more closed communities.
So this feels like Tinder meets ClassPass. Is that a good?
You're not the first one that says that, but we've you know, first of all, we have nothing to do with dating on our app. We're only about sport, and I think that's very important that we have a clean product that's only about connecting everyday athletes to do sports.
But for clarity, it's just like, I'm by myself. Hey, that guy wants to play basketball. I get a pickup game, but yet you need to have some sort of subscription to play at someone's basketball court.
Bingo.
That's where.
Bingo. That's it. And especially going to colleges, we talked. I have a meeting tomorrow with Hofstra University. They love the idea of really kind of digitalizing the communication to their students in a much more relevant way. We have a filter. So what we can do is actually pre-approve all their students based on their EDU email. So they will go in and be part of a closed group, because the universities really don't want to offer all of the facilities to people outside the school. So for all of their students, They now have, the offerings that the AD normally puts out on, and that's on emails and on clipboards and stuff like that. This is going to be right in their pocket. And we have a filter, kind of an algorithm that says what they have in their sports profile will match up with the things that they get offered. So it's only going to be relevant information. So if you have volleyball, lacrosse, and tennis in your sports profile, that's the offerings that you're going to get. And we've had a lot of students that were kind of annoyed, frustrated by going down to an open court and wanting to play basketball, and then it was volleyball and table tennis or whatever. So, basically also being much more relevant to the students. And there's so many students out there that really don't have anyone to play their favorite sports with. 28% of all of, there's 85 million Americans that play sports once a week, and 28% of them would actually have played more sport if they had someone to do it with. I think it's just something that we really do not perhaps address that much, but there is so many people out there that are looking for someone to do their sport with.
So
that was the briefest answer I could get. Sorry.
Paul, so we have a sheet that has NA, NA, NA. We don't see a product. You guys raised $500,000. I'm guessing you guys are ballers. What were you doing before this?
What were we doing before?
Before this, yeah. Because it just, we don't see a product. We don't have any numbers here. It's like there must be.
In the App Store, so you can download.
Oh no, but right now, I'm not gonna. Excuse me for that. No. You'll think I'm on Tinder if I do that. So it's. But I'm just getting a sense, like, to raise that money pre-product and everything, you must have great backgrounds. Just getting understanding what makes you qualified that you got that money and to crush it.
Fair enough. I've started 2 businesses before, and which are still running, and now I'm working with Atleto. Patrick has also had his own business before, exited that, and our third partner, he has also done the same. But this initially with these investors, they came in. It was through 2 rounds, you could say. So there was an angel round where they came in. Based on the idea really and the premise, and knowing us and knowing that we were able to execute, and then as we hit certain targets, they would come in with an additional investment, the last of the $500,000. So they come in at that stage to build when we sort of launched it in the App Store, and then we could further enhance the product and build proof of concept. And some of them have shown interest, they want to invest more, but we are also currently, they're based in the UK, and given the target markets in the US, we're looking for, and that's really been more capital, we're looking for strategic investors and also strategic investors in the US. Makes sense for us to try to go down that road.
So this needs to be done on a hyper-local basis, because if I'm looking for a basketball game in LA, I don't care who's playing in San Diego.
Exactly.
What cities are you targeting to launch or to start off, and how are you going about that?
Well, it's a good question. Obviously, we've talked about, we discussed a lot about, really just placing this product in a public space and then hoping for people to find it. That's not going to happen. So everything is based on a very close community strategy. So we want to build, and that's why colleges make so much sense to us. Corporate white label solution makes sense to us, and within clubs that already has an existing user base. Our target markets have been Santa Monica, LA, to start out with. That's where we have the majority of our users right now, but we're looking at New York as well now that we're having both a very in-depth discussion with Hofstra University, and we basically closed Ithaca University as well a week ago.
How many users do you have right now? And then you also mentioned data and all this that you're collecting. Everyone can say they're collecting a lot of data.
Yeah.
What's actionable about it? And have you found a market to sell that data to?
So we have 30,000 users on the platform currently, and that is growing organically now. But as we mentioned, we're focusing on these closed groups because the proximity of the users are important. But 22% of the users is using the app more than once a month. In terms of what was your second question? Sorry.
Data.
Oh, the data,
What's the-
yeah.
what's the
So,
market
so the
demand?
data we're getting data about. We're of course getting to know the person's sports levels and sports preference. So exactly, what sports does the user play? What skill levels? How often? Where does he play or she plays? With whom do they play? We even know sometimes, or not sometimes, we always know that they're going to play something in the future, so we know something about their future behavior. So that's, you can do very targeted marketing about that. But that's just one of the revenue channels which we identified. We don't want to clutter the product too much with advertising, so it needs to be very relevant advertising. The other thing, as Patrick mentioned, was a corporate white label solution where we signed one client now, so that's one. Then at some point the colleges, if they need some special things and close groups, they need to pay for that. Then there is the trainers to users. There is also what we call Athletic Garage, which is buy and sell used sports equipment. So we have identified multiple revenue streams down the line. We're not saying that all of these revenue streams will be successful, but there is at least, we've identified in total 14 different revenue streams that could be possible through the platform.
Are you mapping like courts and actual venues as well? So like, let's say I match with Mike and we want to go shoot some hoops, but we get to the court and it's already packed. Could you partner with these schools or with Parks and Rec to be able to just give them software for free, and that's a reason to get more users because you can book a court and you can do all these things on the platform?
That's a great question because that's exactly what we want to do. We really want to connect the users in Atleto and then make them find an appropriate venue where they can do their sports. And we've already talked to a couple of clubs that we could get their API and really get their booking system so that could be in sync with what they do. We actually have an Uber API in our app right now. So basically, we want to make it very convenient for them to find each other and do their sports, so they can take a ride to that venue and return. And Uber actually loved it. And I have to say, and we're very excited about this as well, Google reached out to us in our initial phase and really thought we had a great product. So they want to work with us too. But that is exactly our ambition, to really fulfill that trifecta of connecting the users, giving them a group where they can facilitate and organize and really easily communicate to each other, because I lived that for 20 years. It's such a hassle to coordinate that, and I think a lot of people here can identify with that if they want to do sports. And I live in New York now, and there's so many people that do sports at public parks and all of these, and when I talk to them, they all say, "Oh, I mean, you have the greatest product. I want to be a member of it so I can easily coordinate my sports activities with my friends." So this has such a global outreach. I want to just end up saying we have ambassadors in 10 different countries around the world. We have several ambassadors here in the United States. And it's such a simple idea that we have that everyone understands it immediately. And we're really here to motivate the everyday athlete to do more sport.
Morgan, do you have anything? Oh, I thought you were trying to say. Anybody else?
He had the mic.
You say you're looking for strategic investors. What specifically beyond capital are you looking for from them?
We're looking for someone who can also, of course, that has the experience. Our previous business hasn't been within rolling out an app. So someone who has experience in rolling that out in the US, and someone also who potentially otherwise can help to shorten the red tape you need to go through when you're talking to the corporates and to the colleges. There's always a lot of red tape, and somebody who can assist in shortening that time period there.
When you sell to a corporation or a college, are we all on the same platform if I just sign up as an individual user?
We can offer, and to one we are offering, and that's the white label solution, where they can then get, let's say, a T-Mobile powered by Atleto, which they then provide to all their employees. big corporations invest a lot of money into health for their employees because of all the benefit it provides. One big problem for them is very often they don't really have any good data on their employees. What sports do they like? How often do they do it? Does it even make sense for us to invest in all this? We can help to provide some of that data, and they can use some of that data to lower their health premiums.
All right, sounds like we're going to move on here.
I'd love to connect offline. There's a couple different angles that I could foresee.
Yeah.
It's less attractive to me as a social network and more as you're providing the software solution to some different providers.
Yeah.
And that becomes your Trojan horse to then get a lot more users on board.
Yeah.
But happy to chat further a little bit.
Good.
All right, so we'll continue the conversation.
Okay.
All right, sounds good, guys. Thank you. Leto, Patrick Lundgren, and Ulrich Johnson. Well, that's it. And we want to thank everybody for coming out. Obviously, thank our sponsors, our presenting companies, our investors, our sports advisory panel, and for everybody watching on the live stream. We thank all of you here at Katie Murphy Amphitheater as well. So for Pete Philo and everybody here at TPG Sports Group, I'm Mike Pacheco. Thanks for being out with us tonight, and we had a really great time. A lot of great companies got to present, and thank you. One final announcement, though, just if everybody could just exit out in the back. We are a little bit over time, so we need to help clean up the theater. But thanks so much. This was great. Thank you.